Vaishali couldn't play because of certain personal reasons. So Divya is the replacement, but she is the current Asian women's champion. So even though it's her first time here, we can expect some great results.
Oh, yes. And actually, I think it's a benefit in some ways to be the newcomer because with someone like Harika, everyone expects these great things in her native country. There's the weight of expectations for some players, and for others, them showing up is already a success.
Absolutely, and it can also be a great platform for the players to actually play against world-class players for the first time and give them a reason to be more ambitious about their careers, as Humpy put it yesterday in the drawing of lot ceremony.
Yeah, Humpy's such a great spokesperson for the game. I mean, her answers were just so spot on yesterday about how much this tournament means to her and to the country. And that was really palpable at the opening ceremony, the drawing of lots. And we see the youngsters who are squaring off in the first round. We have Savitha and Vantika. And I just loved hearing Humpy speak about that. Like players like these two.
Yes.
They're not just the future of Indian chess, but the present.
Absolutely, and it's what a great chance for them to be here. Savitha and Vantika have played here last year as well. Savitha Shri, of course, went on to win the bronze medal in the World Rapid Championship later last year, and Vantika has been a very quietly gaining strength last year. She's gained almost 100 points since the Olympiad, where she was the top board for the India B team.
And quiet is a pretty good adjective for her. She's soft-spoken, but super strong. And all of these players are. And it looks like the games are just getting underway. We saw the handshakes and the opening moves are being played on the board. So I'm pretty pumped for this event.
Yeah, absolutely. The games have begun. Let's get the board on the screen, and we have Humpy playing against Wenjun today, as you put it, a world championship match look-alike over here.
It's always the fun part. It's like, wait a second, what event is this? Oh, we are in Tata Steel Chess India, and we see the first moves being played, opening stages, and look at that. For players who may not be so familiar with the line, White took a pawn in the center, and normally we expect our opponent to take back, but instead Black decided to take on d4. The queen comes out. So, Soumya, some advice to some newer players. They say, my coach taught me not to bring the queen out so early. Why is it okay here?
Well, it was sort of forced, and also Black played c5, which is the Tarash challenging the center, and White goes for c takes, and Black actually took with the pawn on d4 instead of taking the knight with the knight. So it was okay to bring the queen in the center because it cannot be attacked by any pawn now. And we can follow it up with bishop to g5, pinning the knight on f6 and attacking the d5 pawn once again after rook d1 or even long castle.
And we saw bishop to e7, so tactics keep the pawn defended, and Black has castled first. And in this type of position, the queen is about to be kicked out of d4 with knight to c6. Black tries to get quick play against the queen in the center, but White has the healthier pawn structure. So for those of you out there looking at this position, this is what we call an isolated queen pawn. It does not have a best friend beside it. A pawn's best friend is another pawn. That could be a long-term weakness.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what Humpy is going to play against in this game. While Wenjun, by the way, this could also be a part of her preparation for the World Championship, because Lee Tingay, who was her challenger, only played e4. So we did not get to see any 1d4 games, and this could be a part of her prep.
That's a really good point, that some people think the World Championship match is over, let's forget about it. That preparation can last even over a year. And so we'll see how Humpy is going to deal with potential preparation from the Women's World Champion, but it is Wenjun who's the first to sit and take a pretty big think here. And I would think knight c6 comes quite naturally for Black, but she decides to play h6 instead. And just a quick tactic to show everybody that this pawn does look loose on d5, but it is not hanging, because after bishop takes knight, once the bishop takes back, the queen is in the bishop's sights. And if you take the pawn, I'm not going to trade queens. You see the engine bar off the side go all the way down, because bishop takes knight would be with check, and after pawn takes bishop, the queen is lost. Just an in-between kind of tactic to keep an eye on, but we did not see that. Of course, bishop to h4 was played, keeping the bishop on the board, keeping the tension. That's what the best players do. So they don't rush these kind of trades.
Yeah, and Humpy and Wenjun actually have very similar playing styles as well. Both of them are very slow and steady, and this is going to be a very, very interesting clash already in the first round. So let's see. Wenjun has replied with knight to c6. I expect Humpy to go back to d2. because the queen doesn't look very good on f4 and it might run into g5 in the future. So queen to d3. Oh, that's nice. Preventing bishop to f5.
Yeah, so she slows down the development, and maybe with the queen on d2, eventually there was some kind of knight e4 tactic to look out for. Queen d3, just keeping everything in place. And I guess we should remind everybody, since the show started and the games began, this time control is 25 minutes plus 10 seconds added per move. So with the increment, it means that if they get really down under a minute, they can build the time back up, so they won't get flagged in an endgame or anything like that.
Yeah, and 25 minutes is quite a bit of time actually. So they have enough time to create a very good game, good position for themselves and not come under too much time pressure from the beginning itself. Let's have a look at some other games as well. We have watched Humpy here. Let's go to what Divya is doing against Harika, because it's an all-Indian clash over there.
Let's do it. So we're going to switch games over to Harika and Divya. That's a very big matchup for the local fans, because we talked about it, Divya, she was a late addition to the field, but she is unfazed. She's coming off some great successes in Abu Dhabi. She was close to getting a Grand Master norm. She secured her International Master title. That will be confirmed later in the year, but that must build her confidence.
Absolutely. She's also won the Asian Championship recently in June, the Women's Open Asian Championship. She's been twice Indian national senior champion already. So, yeah, of course, she's been a big strength to the booming chess revolution in India.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's her first time here. I'm sure she's raring to go. She's someone who's very, very confident. That's something I've noticed about her. For a player her age and someone who has not yet played in the elite events as yet, she plays with a lot of self-confidence, and of course she trains very hard. She works with Srinath, and also she's very good friends with Nihal and Arjun, and they play a lot of blitz. So she's very good at faster time controls as well.
And that should really help her in the long run, playing all those training games. And here we see it's Harika down about a minute on the clock, but we have what I would call a very Harika type of position. We have a fianchettoed bishop on the long diagonal, just trying to exploit the open line. And we see the players on screen here, both very focused. It is Divya on the clock right now after a very quiet move from Harika. And these two players, they're probably going to be seeing a lot of each other in the future, right? This is just the start of what could be a long-term rivalry.
Absolutely, and actually they have already played each other 3 times or so, and they have a equal score, so to speak, with Harika winning the classical encounter between them, and Divya has beat Harika in the blitz, in fact, with the black pieces. So interesting.
That could be an ominous sign that would win with the black pieces. And in this position, black is up a pawn, right? There is an extra black pawn on c4. So for those of you keeping count at home, it's 8 pawns for black, 7 for white. And the last move played actually was pawn to a3 by Harika. She didn't take that pawn back, and I don't know. To me at first, like, all right, this is a speed chess game. Let me try to protect this pawn with a move like b5. Is there a downside to trying to be greedy here?
Yeah, I mean, b5 looks very, very tempting indeed, because why would you play a3 and a4 on the next move? I mean, yes, you have a new target, but I can still protect it with c6 and not necessarily have to go a6, which doesn't help.
Right.
Because the rook is hanging in the end. So c6, yeah, looks fine for black, but it's a typical compensation position, I guess, because white also has the center control. And we go e4 and h4 and try to play on the center and the king side. What do you think, Robert?
As you're saying, e4 and h4, those moves have become so typical. h4 is such a weird one for us because, you read the classic chess books and they never talk about these pawn pushes. Yes. But h4 does make a lot of sense because at some point knight g5 comes into the mix, and there could be even checkmating threats against the black king. So a lot to weigh in on here. I would be so tempted. If this were blitz, I would play b5 because I'm like, prove it. Prove that you have compensation for the pawn that you've sacrificed in rapid 25 minutes to start with. This is quite a lot of time. And against Harika, when you make a positional weakness like that, she's going to capitalize.
Yeah, absolutely. Harika is one of the strongest women players. She's world number 11 right now, and she's been in world top 2015, 10 for a really long time. She's been double bronze medalist in the World Championship, and she had a great tournament in Dusseldorf recently. She did very well. She won a bronze there with her team, and she also did very well in the World Cup. She went to the quarters. Yes.
Yeah.
Harika managed to also find time to celebrate her baby's birthday.
I saw that. That was so adorable, that photo. So she does it all. And I think plays very well in team events. You mentioned Dusseldorf. She did very well in the Global Chess League, also in the Pro Chess League online on chess.com. So she's just really kind of multitasking. She's a mother. She's playing top level chess. It's really great to see her because she's been on the top stage for so long, as you were mentioning.
Absolutely. I think one thing about Harika that stands out for me personally, because I've seen her ever since she started playing chess, is her willpower. I think she plays with a lot of willpower and determination, and that really stands out. Her game against Gorechkina, the second tie-break game in the World Cup, was just classic willpower Harika.
Winning on demand.
Yes,
that was extremely impressive. And well, with Divya facing that willpower and facing a big decision, B5 is the move we've been talking about. We can switch on over to a new game in a moment, but it does create some positional weaknesses that can be hard for newer players to understand. But Divya, she's not a newer player. She may just be a teenager, but she understands the consequences of any pawn push leaves a square or two behind. So she's she did go for B5.
She heard you, Robert.
I'm proud of her.
Yeah.
That is not an easy move to play. It seems, as we're saying, natural. You protected your pawn with another, but that does create some access for white. A4 comes to mind. The C5 square, if I can venture out with my knight eventually and open up the C file. But she says, I'm not afraid. It's what she said in the opening ceremony. She's happy to be here. It's a great opportunity. She hasn't played these rapid and blitz events like this, but let's just go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. So great decision there by Divya, and we'll come back to this one. Let's have a look at what your countrymate is doing, Robert. Irina Krush playing in this tournament for the first time. She's playing against Anna Ushenina, who's the defending champion of the rapid event. So we are glad to have both of them here. Let's have a look.
Okay, so we're diving into Anna Ushenina with the white pieces against Irina Krush, and we see Irina. That's the pose she always has when she plays. She's very locked in. She's very focused. She typically kind of hovers over the board a little bit. But this is early stages. And in this position, it's only move 8. So I'm surprised that Anna has spent so much time. But I should trust her, right? She did win this event last year. She proved to everybody out there, and she has many fans from India now, that she can get it done. But are you surprised, like I am, that she's spent so much time? It looks like a very normal position.
Yeah, it's a very, very normal position. I'm surprised what happened. Maybe she just needs some time to get adjusted in the tournament. Sometimes that happens. Like in the first round, you're a bit slow.
It happens to me for sure.
And then you sort of, get in the groove. So yeah, it's fine. Anyway, as the games, in this game itself, she'll find her groove, I'm sure. But nothing much is happening here, right?
No, I think the biggest thing is that this bishop is on h5. We're typically seeing the bishop back on c8, and now the bishop is outside the pawn chain instead of behind it, and that makes that white should be tempted at some point by bringing the queen out. The bishop on c8 is undeveloped, but it does defend that pawn on b7, so queen b3 at the right moment looks tempting. And I'm sure for Irina, do you play in Queen's Gambit accepted style with the move c5? But once again, the bishop is usually on c8 in those lines. I feel like that's an important distinction that I took for granted when we first looked into this position.
Yeah, probably. And actually, c5 over here is a very seems like a very obvious move, right? Because you want to challenge the center, and we are getting to do that immediately. So why not go for it? Yes, absolutely. I think that's what Irina is thinking about. Another option could be to simply develop the knight, but it doesn't make as much sense as c5.
Yeah.
So
it doesn't need preparation. So why play knight d7 when your only idea would be to play c5?
Yeah.
And if you start with c5 and bring the knight behind the pawn, you're exerting maximum pressure against that white center. So I do think that c5 is very likely. But something that goes unnoticed when I know myself as a commentator, when I see the evaluation bar off the side, I'm not looking at the moves, but I see the evaluation bar and I'm like, okay, it should be fine, right? It's fine. But there's these nuances at play. play. And there's a reason why Irina isn't blitzing out the move c5, and it likely has to do with the fact that bishop is over here, and you typically see c5 with the bishop on c8 when the queen side feels a little bit better defended, a little bit safer. And I guess one question, if we just want to throw it on the board, is that if we trade pawns, black is probably advised to trade queens, and we get to this endgame, and many people would say, endgame? Ugh, I don't want that. What's the deal here? Can't white say, I'm first into the action, kick this bishop around, and maybe even drop this knight into e5? Go for this bishop. Go for bishop f3. That queen side we keep talking about is a little bit loose. I would like white in this position.
Oh, that's a very good point, actually. And we can't go bishop e4 because of f3, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And or knight c3 even.
Both, yeah, look really strong.
Yes, and yeah, black has some problems with the bishop. That's probably what Irina is thinking about. And
She played c5, so
she did.
She must have calculated that along the way, the lines that we just mentioned, we were making quick lines, often what we do as commentators, just to show you some of the elements of the position. But c5 is justified. The engine off to the side, the eval bar didn't change very much, so it's the right choice.
Yeah, so probably she can go for that endgame anyway. Can we not pick up the c5 pawn immediately, but then you protect it with d4, is it? b4, sorry. Like, let's say we take on d1 and then we play knight bd7. You will just be a pawn up, is it, after b4?
It looks like black is just in time to play a5, but I think these types of positions with the king in the center, black is not developed. I would already be tempted to make a move like knight c3 to b5, go for an attack, and maybe there are other alternatives in this position that also are good. Maybe this g4 idea still works for white, but the engine suggests that white is better. I guess black isn't quite in time, so that means that Irina needs to be careful. We're making natural moves. We didn't do any sacrifices, nothing major, but if the pawn captures on c5, despite the equal looking position, things can be deceiving.
Yeah, I think the king position really matters when you take a break in the center. I mean, white's king is super safe on g1, castled. White is a little ahead on development, you can say, while black is still stuck in the center with his king, and that really matters when you open up the position, even if it's an endgame.
Yeah, and the rooks will control the open files, and it's white's rook, that's what the benefit of being castled, that joins the party. This black rook on h8 is a bystander, not participating. The bishop on f8 has yet to get out. So big choices for Anna. She is spending a lot of time here, but maybe we should continue our tour around the games, and we only have two to choose from, Nino and Paulina, or...
Let's look at Nino's game.
Okay.
Nino is having a great run in India so far. She has won a gold in the individual gold in the Olympiad last year. She had a good tournament in the Women Grand Prix as well, and this is the third tournament in a year, so to speak.
Yeah.
So Nino is here, and Shuvalova also has been having a very, very good tournament. She's already climbed up to 2496 on the rating list. I mean, now world number 12 right now.
Yeah, she has really improved as a player. She also plays online quite a decent amount and has shown some great skill in these Title Tuesday events on chess.com. And why those events can be so helpful is you're playing such strong players game after game. I know it's blitz chess, and sometimes people say, oh, if you're improving, you shouldn't play so much blitz. No, ask Hikaru. Hikaru says it actually helps him because he's getting all that experience, and that way you're not frozen at the board. And this position is anything but frozen. It's wide open. Asumi, can you do me a favor? Where is black's f-pawn, and where is white's g-pawn? Where did they go?
Yes, I just glanced at the position. I was like, okay, there is no pawn on g3, which we expect. So what happened here?
Yeah, we're gonna
bishop f4, bishop, okay, knight bd2, still okay.
What is this? Like, I don't actually know the theory here at all. And then f5 was played by Paulina, so she shows absolutely no fear, and it already has an obvious threat to win a bishop.
Right, so you want to play either g3 or a3, or f3 is not something you want to play ever, but maybe g3, yes.
Yeah.
Looks normal, even a3 was possible, I guess. So g3, short castle, and now bishop g2 makes sense, and now f4, I guess.
Yeah. So this is something that I don't believe we would see in a classical game.
Right.
It looks very enticing for black. You're opening up a file towards the white king, but white is better developed, and as we see after this series of exchanges here, that your rook looks good, but a simple pawn push, you mentioned a3, the bishop now has to make a choice, it retreats, and then another pawn push, hitting the rook, protecting the pawn on d4. White is just gaining move after move with tempo, get my queen out, develop my knight. So, I'm looking at this position, and I see the eval bar already says white is better. I don't need the evaluation bar to tell me that. I look at this G file, the black king's going to be in danger. This king hasn't made up its mind, likely going to castle queenside, and why not use the H-pawn? Throw that one up the board, help out with a knight G5 type of attack. Too much pressure, I think.
Yeah, so basically black's over aggressiveness in the opening actually helped white to open up files for herself against black's king, which is on the king side now. Oh.
And it kind of looks like black has made very few moves because it looks like you castled and brought your bishop to e7 and traded your knight, and that's it. Whereas white has developed the bishop, the knight, the other knight, the queen. It feels like white had many free moves, and she kind of did.
Yeah. I really like the plan you suggested with h4 and knight g5, and long castle makes so much sense here. It's just easier to play as white this position. I think we can conclude that for sure.
I think if this were a blitz game, white wins like 80% of the time, 90% of the time. It just feels like white's plan is very natural. And look at the clock. We haven't talked about that yet, but Paulina down under 15 minutes to over 20 for Nino. This looks like it could be another great game in India for Nino Batsiashvili.
Yeah, absolutely. Nino is also a very creative player, so it's a position she surely likes. We can expect a big win for Nino in this one. Let's have a look at the last game that we haven't looked at so far. Savitha Shri plays against Vantika Agarwal, the two Indian stars, future and present of India. It's a typical Sicilian over here. Vantika loves to play the knight off usually. I think she went for Scaven setup here though. And bishop to g5 with the queen on d3. Okay.
Yes.
That's interesting. Because she usually plays with the pawn to e5, not to e6 in the knight off setup.
So what you're saying is oftentimes after we see the knight off with a6, black has this choice in the near future, e6 or e5. And in this game, Vantika chose to move the pawn up only one square. And the queen on d3 is a bit unusual as well. I know Magnus Carlsen and others have chosen this type of move, but it's one of these ideas where it's a bit long-term, where this queen protects the pawn on e4, and sometimes it slides over somewhere along the third rank towards the black king, if the black king castles kingside.
Yeah, this is a very, very trendy line nowadays. Everyone wants to play 6 queen d3 against the knight off because it leads to fresh positions which have not been analyzed much and until the end especially, which is often the case with knight off. So yeah, it will be a very original game, at least that much we are sure. Bishop to e7, black is ready to castle. Do we bring our rook out now, or we play f4? I think f4 might not be the most ideal move, no?
Yeah, the problem
because
also...
you want to play knight c5 next.
Exactly. Yeah. Like black has done everything that you could ask for in a Sicilian.
Yeah.
The pieces are developed. The king hasn't committed itself, but can castle kingside next. Whereas the queen on d3, we said that it's trendy, but it also can backfire, and the reason why it's closer to the enemy knight. So when that knight comes to c5, it hits the queen, and as you're pointing out, the e4 pawn will be loose, and so a move like f4 would be too adventurous. The e4 pawn would drop. F3 looks too passive to me as well. So now it's up to Savitha, who is under 15 minutes herself, to make a very big decision here. How does she deal with the threat of knight c5? I think bishop takes f6 is out of the question, and she plays a queen e3, but I don't think you make that move very happily.
Yeah, you don't, but it's better than having to play f3. You want to play f4, so you just wait for your opponent to play at least knight c5, and then you decide whether you take on f6 or play f3 or you bishop to f3, something, anything, but at least you give the ball in the opponent's court.
Yeah, it's just one of these moves, as you're saying, it's kind of a waiting game, and now the decision for black, do you castle right away? Do you throw in like h6 just to challenge this bishop? Black has a very compact position. Everything is defended, not a single weakness. So I like what Vantika has done. She's taking no risks and kind of getting a lot of reward.
Yeah. Vantika, I think, must be very comfortable. Only thing is, as I mentioned, she doesn't play e6 positions so much. She prefers to play with e5. But I think she must be happy only because there's nothing to fear. Her king is safe and all her pieces are developed. So, good opening for Vantika.
Yeah, quick question for you. I'm curious what you think about this. Sorry. They're both the youngsters in this event.
Yeah,
Do you think that they want to start by playing each other, or they would have preferred to play some of the more veteran players first?
I think they're just excited to play the tournament. I mean, it doesn't matter, whom they play. And Vantika, in fact, mentioned yesterday that she would like to have a better result this year than last year. So she must be even more motivated, like to prove that, because she mentioned in the ceremony yesterday that she was not very happy with how her tournament went last year. It was her first time, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course she must. And also we must not forget that the women's team actually had a camp, had a training camp before this one. So they probably even worked with each other in the camp.
Yeah, and that can be awkward, going from being friends and collaborators on chess exercise to then saying, now you're my opponent and I want to beat you. It's not an easy task for players. They always say if you play your second, which is a trainer in chess language, that's not fun. That's not a good time for anybody.
Yeah, the second knows all your secrets.
And if they're friends, then they also probably know each other's secrets. So some they'll take to the grave, some they'll unleash over the chessboard. But I think it's a good start for Vantika, and now she's starting to spend a little bit more time, and she has just made a move. And it looks like she played h6. I really like that choice because she forces this bishop to make a decision, and she can castle in the future. She'll have luff. That's what we call a space for the king. There will never be a back rank checkmate. I think it was a very good, cautious move. Saying, now you show me your hand. Are you going to bring your bishop back to h4 and then castle kingside?
But I always thought that when you castle kingside, the h6 pawn can also be used as a hook. But probably here it doesn't matter because I have also played my king to the king side. So
what you're saying is let's bring the king over here and then bring a rook to the g file and use it as a hook.
That would have been very dangerous, but not here. It's okay. There's been a lot of action on Humpy's board. So can we just go there and have a look? What did the players do?
Yeah, let's go back to that big matchup between Humpy and Wenjun because we see the women's world champion, Wenjun, played her pawn out to g5. This is a situation where I must say to everyone watching, don't try this at home. Because a lot of our players in the audience, the spectators, they're a bit newer to chess, and they just throw their pawns up the board. But your king is less safe when your pawns are more advanced. But she did it for a very specific reason. So we will go back in time to around this point when the queen was on d3. The black queen ventured out to b6, putting pressure down the queen side, and white ignored it. Please take me on b2. You're risking too much. Your queen is going to be kicked around by a rook. The pawn on d5 will be loose in some positions. So instead, we saw rook d8 defending that central pawn. And then only after further development and the knight guard to b5 did we see this capture and at last the move g5. So what do you make of this decision to exit the pin on this knight, but to make your king a bit open?
It's very brave, definitely, but she must be. She's the world champion. So bishop g3. Now, there are two options, I guess. One is to bring the bishop to g7. Then your king will be much safer. The bishop will be better placed on that diagonal as well. We'll have more things to do. Or else just make advantage of the fact that your bishop is free now.
Yeah.
And activate it on the a3, f8 diagonal, but she goes knight e4. So she wants to probably even push f5.
Yeah, she could be.
So?
She could be all sorts of adventures, but I like the response by Humpy. She goes bishop e5.
Okay.
She liked your plan of, hey, this bishop, maybe it's going to wrap around here, maybe it's going to f6, but now I can trade you, and your king will not find true shelter. And bishop d7 was Wenjun's move. I really like white's position. The engine, not so convinced. Off the side, we see it's only slightly better for white. But when I look at this position, I see an exposed king, no weaknesses for white, but I do see some activity, I guess, for black. The rook and then this knight on e4.
You know what she wants to do? I think she wants to bring her queen over to the king's side and defend the king with the queen, cover those weaknesses with the queen, and maybe she can even exchange it, or she can push f5 later after queen g6 first. So maybe that's the point of bishop to d7. And of course, she'd probably simply, when she wants to play f5, she doesn't want the bishop to be hanging on e6.
Yeah, that's true. And that's one of those things where earlier in the game, you can say, oh, knight takes d6, not a big deal, we just trade. But at some point, a bishop pair could be very powerful. So I like the move bishop b7 a lot. I think we're looking at this isolated pawn that's not under attack because the knight's in the way. And something I always like to point out, Soumya, is that a knight is dominated by a pawn 3 squares away, but it's even more dominated by a bishop 3 squares away because the bishop covers all of those knight jumps, these 4 squares, the forward jumps for a knight.
Oh, it's a wonderful, wonderful point. Also, the knight on e4, even though it's wonderfully placed over there, it can always be kicked back after f3, whereas the knight on d4 is permanently posted on
Yeah.
d4. So that's a big difference. H3 by Humpy. Okay, then maybe she wants to play bishop to g4.
So classy. That would be such a classy decision.
Yeah,
She wants that outpost on f5.
Yeah, and once you exchange the light squared bishops, the weaknesses around the king are even more pronounced. So, and the d5 square pawn will be even weaker in the endgame. So yes, bishop g4, very very Humpy-like move, I would say. She's great at positional chess, and we'll see her how she handles this position. Let's also go to Irina's game, because she did play c5, but white did not take on c5.
Okay, so it's Anna Ushenina, the champion from last year's event in the Rapid, playing against Irina Krush, and now it just looks like a normal Queen's Gambit accepted with a bishop on h5, which is actually good news for black, because oftentimes we talk about the bishop is stuck behind a pawn and you have to make a b pawn push. Now the bishop is out on h5. It's not better for black. The position is actually quite level, but I think that Irina is very happy, and I think she's especially happy with the clock. She's up 6 plus almost 7 minutes at this point.
That's big advantage in Rapid. Yes, absolutely. So yeah, Irina must be really happy here. But let's there's a lot of action on Harika versus Divya, because Harika, as we had mentioned, had sacrificed a pawn and Divya saved it, and now she's got this d5 break in the center.
Okay, let's look.
Let's have a look there, because this might be a very critical position in the game.
Wow. So we're going to the game with Harika with the white piece and Divya with black. And we were talking about the energy from Divya, that she plays all these blitz matches with her friends. She works with Srinath. And this position, if we count, black has 7 pawns, white has 6. So that moment, just to backtrack, b5, Harika was never able to regain the pawn. She went for the activity in the center. This is a common idea in the Catalan. And she just said, you know what, I'll stay down a pawn, open up some lines. But Divya has handled everything to perfection at this point. She brings her knight out, and after d5, she goes rook f to e8. She is not bothered by the pawn push. A lot of newer players, they see a pawn can capture another pawn, they do that immediately. That would not have been a good idea to open up this rook this early. So instead, rook e8. Please take me. I'll gladly trade queens. I'm up a pawn. So maybe this knight can go to c5.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's problems here for white.
Rook e8 is such a classy move as well, because it also discourages knight d4, which white would love to play. But now we can just pick up the pawn on d5, and when white takes back, the rook on e1 is doubly attacked. This is a very good game by Divya so far. She's handled it really well.
Such a good point by you that knight would love to go to d4, but it's needed on f3 to protect the e1 square. 2 rooks are often better than a queen, but especially in a position like this where the black king is perfectly safe and the white king is almost in checkmate. The only move is bishop f1, but here black brings the knight into c4. This is terrible for white. So great call by you, Soumya. I mean, if not knight d4, do I have to make some kind of just waiting move like rook to d1?
Yeah, I mean, this is difficult for Harika already, because rook d1, okay, and what next?
Yeah.
What's the next move? Maybe h4, maybe king h2. I would think of these moves now, but as you mentioned, knight is coming to c5, so maybe rook comes to the d file, knight comes to the c5 square, and then the d3 square in the future is something the knight will be looking at. Also, if we remove our queen from the e file, basically the d5 pawn will be hanging, no? So rook to c1, okay. So she wants to target the c7 square.
Yes, that's a kind of a backwards looking pawn, especially if the knight were to move, there would be issues. We talked about how this knight can just jump into c4. That looks good to me. Maybe you can even push this pawn. I don't think it's out of the question. Maybe c5, because the tactics, I believe, play out in black's here en passant. It's not cheating. It's a real thing in chess. Google it. En passant. It's the number one complaint on chess.com.
Really?
People, my opponent cheated. They stole my pawn. No, for one move, if your opponent moves 2 squares and you could have captured for move 1, you get away with it. But the point is, here, black is now up a clean, healthy pawn. 2 pawns for black, just 1 for white. There's no useful discovery down the c-file. I think this is just a great position for Divya.
Yeah, absolutely. I would consider a move like, not here, but after rook c1, I would even consider knight b1 and knight d2, but I simply cannot find what's next.
Yeah.
That's the problem with Harika's position, that why black doesn't have any weaknesses. What are you going to target?
But she's going for the only target available, and I think that will be solved with this one pawn push. And then Divya can play for win. Now, the win won't be easy. It's going to take a lot of work. She's only up one pawn. She doesn't have a winning position. She's a much better position, but she's up on the clock too. I think the clock being the 17th piece, using that to your advantage, I think she can really press Harika.
Yeah, absolutely. We also have a lot of action happening in Anna's game against Shuvalova. Nino's game against Shuvalova. So let's go there, because oh my god, all the both the rooks are on G1 and H2. Can you believe it?
Oh.
I mean, I was just trying to wrap my head around the position. How did that happen? But I get it. Like, she brought the D1 rook to G1 and is doubling on the G file.
This is one of those great examples, well, great for Nino, not so great for Polina, of when you get too adventurous and you get completely punished. And we saw this rook went to f4, immediately was kicked back. All of black's pieces are kicked back. All of white's pieces, on the other hand, the bishop staring at this loose pawn, the rook barreling down the g file, this other rook, look at that move, rook h2. How classy is that?
I know.
That in this position, you have so many good options here. There was probably even this knight g5 idea to open up the king, but that's neither here nor there. I think rook h2 is perfectly acceptable. How do you stop what is a very obvious attack?
Yeah, this is very, very great for
Nino.
Nino, I keep getting confused. And after rook to g2, maybe bishop to f8 is the only way to defend. And then we have to find a way to probably bring our knights into the game.
Right.
So how do we do that? Maybe knight to e5, and you can't take back because the e6 pawn will be hanging after pawn takes on e5.
Yeah, this rook has to be displaced, and then the e6 pawn is loose. This looks very bad, and I actually understand why she went rook h2. Knight g5 was there, but she's just being safe. She's taking caution. She's protecting this pawn on f2, so there will never be a rook takes f2 if this knight moves to e5, which is now increasingly likely. I don't see a single idea. It's not about moves, it's about ideas. I see one-off moves, and we see queen d6 was played. It doesn't actually threaten anything, right? The rook on h2 is defended by this knight. I would play c5 and just kick this queen back somewhere on the d file.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost as if she wants white to play c5, but white doesn't mind it.
No.
White will anyway play c5 and grab more space on the board. Yeah, this is so difficult for Polina, and it basically shows that chess, although it's about activity, it's also about preparation. I mean, unprepared activity will just lead to your downfall, probably.
That's exactly what's happening. A bit of an overextension, because people like to think that when your pieces are in enemy territory, they're attacking. But you know what else happens? They get attacked more easily. So that rook that was on f4, I'll go back to where it was. First, this bishop in enemy territory, attack. She said, I don't want to give up my good bishop for that knight, so she goes backwards. Then e3, your rook was in my house, and I'm kicking you out of my house while protecting the pawn that was under attack. So all of these moves came with tempo, and then we get to the point where black is lost. I mean, the engine is saying it. I think as chess players, as humans, we look at this and we say, there's no way. I mean, this is just so easy for white to play with c5 to start with. And let's say for c5, like queen d7, I'm already looking at moves like knight e5 that you mentioned before, because a knight trade doesn't help black's problems. This rook is in huge trouble. If you go back here, now your bishop isn't able to go back. Rook g2, it's just too clean.
Yeah, black is lacking space, lacking any counterplay, and lacking defensive resources as well. This is so difficult for Polina. We should also have a look at Savitha's game, because she managed to not play f3 there, and let's see what's happening in Savitha Shri versus Vantika Agarwal.
Okay. And we promise to keep everyone updated on all the games as the action continues to unfold. We're going to have to be lightning quick as we look at all of them. But here, this game, I feel like I'm watching a classical game of chess almost. One pawn has been traded. Neither side has anything that is super vulnerable. But, I mean, it's clear that this has gone well for black. Vantika has played perfectly. Not a single issue for her. And it's her turn. Moves like knight e5 come to mind. Please take me. I'll get the bishop pair. I'm thinking about b4 at some moment, but maybe it's a little bit too soon. As you said, you're playing with kind of just reckless abandon, that often backfires. So maybe let's prepare it. And speaking of preparation, bishop f8, that's the calmest move you could ask for.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also prepares knight e5 because maybe she doesn't like knight to f5 after bishop. Yeah, when the bishop was on e7.
Great point. Knight f5. This queen is under attack, and if you take here, knight takes e7 is check. And black is barely surviving because the king goes to f8 and takes this knight, but that's not at all what you want. So great point by you.
So yeah, the bishop f8, a nice move by Vantika. Very typical in these Scavenger kind of positions, no? Like you want to bring your rook out, put your bishop back to f8, defend g7 in just in case, defends d6 as well, and now she's ready for action.
White has no action.
Yeah.
White is just like defensive, staring into your own pawn, protecting that. This rook is on an open file, and this rook is staring into a very healthily defended pawn here. d5 at some moment could be an option. Knight e5 looks much more tempting. Yeah, I like this for Vantika. I just don't love her clock situation. I think maybe in a moment when you have only 7.5 minutes, you make an impulsive choice because I need to open it up. I know my position is good. How do I win? But you can't think in terms of results. You just have to play the board in front of you.
Yeah, Vantika is also a player who tends to come under time pressure in classical games as well, but she handles it really well in the end. So she's been my teammate, and I've seen her do that very, very often in the Olympiad. So I think she's okay under time pressure. You know, one of those players who don't mind. Even Divya is like that, actually.
Yeah.
Both of them have this common quality. But yeah, of course, it's better to avoid it altogether.
We know those, chess players who do that, and then you start wanting to blitz them. Like, I'm gonna flag them. They're low in time, but they play even better in time trouble.
And you play faster
Yeah.
because you think you'll flag them, and then you make the blunder.
That always happens, and it's really frustrating. So I think that this game, it may heat up in a little bit, but for now, it's quite a tame position. And well, I mean,
Let's go to Humpy's game. I
do
think that's already got a lot of changes. She's played f6 and bishop to f5. So Humpy didn't manage to play bishop g4. She kicked the knight back with f6 and didn't allow Humpy's idea. But now she's ready for her own. I mean, the bishop is looking at the queen on d3.
yeah, no, this bishop has threats. White, of course, attacking this queen on b6 and protecting this pawn on b2. The issue in these isolated queen pawn positions is you want to use the d4 square. It's an outpost, so for all of White's pieces, but you also don't want a piece on the d file because you want to put pressure. So you want a piece on d4, you don't want a piece on d4, hard to make up your mind. But right now I do still like White's position. I think that Humpy has an edge here, but Wenjun's doing a good job of making it more complicated. And I'm looking at queen e6, and I'm thinking, watch out for this queen. The open c file looks very good, and maybe even a sacrifice if you're not looking out for it on h3.
That's sneaky. Oh my god. Queen e6 and even h5, g4 ideas or bishop h3. Oh, that's a lot to think about in a rapid game with 7 minutes on the clock. Maybe black's position is not so bad as we thought.
Yeah, it depends how Humpy deals the next few moves. I do think this queen has to get out of the bishop's line of sight. So the queen is likely to go to b3 if this queen goes to e6, attacking b7, putting that pressure on d5. The a7 pawn will also be under attack. So this is a game of, is the pawn going to be hanging? Can I take it? If I push a pawn, am I creating too many weaknesses? I do think that Humpy's position is better. I would definitely want to play with the white side. But as the time starts ticking down, yeah, black has more and more chances because the white king isn't entirely safe, even though it looks that way.
And what really helps white, I think, is that her pieces are near her king. So the bishop can always come back to f1, defend her king, come to g2 as well. And while black's pieces not as well coordinated as she would like, the bishop on e7 is doing literally nothing. She would like it to be on the h2, b8 diagonal in order to create an attack, but that takes more moves, no?
Yeah, and it also means that you make your d5 pawn loose for at least a turn. So yeah, I do think that Wenjun has some counterplay chances, but right now Humpy has the favorable side. So this one still remains to be seen. And the other games also. All these games are really fun, but I think right now we can say that Batsiashvili is well on her way to victory. I'm going to pull up that game because she is up material. It's the first time we see a significant lead in terms of material, and it's an extra exchange because after that knight e5 move that we were talking about, Polina felt obligated to take, and then we see rook f5, and that's the sign of a desperate player. Like, you know what? I don't want to get checkmated. I need the f8 square for my bishop, and I need the f7 square for my other bishop to defend here. Let's just get that rook off the board. It's done with. And now rook to g2 and knight to b3. This is just fantastic play. Nino is playing an exceptional game. Just bring the knight to d4, go after this pawn, push your pawns. She has no issues whatsoever.
Yeah, the exchange sacrifice, very famous exchange sacrifices by Petrosian and Aronian, they work because you get some compensation for the exchange. You get active pieces, you get a weakness in opponent's position, you cramp up their pieces instead. But here, white retained all of her advantages, and black created even more weaknesses with the f5 pawn as well, being a target now. As
Grandmaster Ben Feingold likes to say, white has the extra material and the compensation. I mean, there's nothing here for black. The bishop has to stay on f8. It can't venture out. The queen sort of has to stay in line with this pawn, and knight d4 coming next. That's just a dream knight. Just it blockades any hopes that black would have a counterplay. And by the way, the clock does black no favors either. Polina down under 2 minutes. We could see a resignation in like the next few moves.
She's played a move, I see that, a b6, but yes, as you pointed out, it could just be inertia than assessment. So knight d4 and knight f5, most logical plan here, and we can see Nino bringing home the full point. Do you want to quickly have a look at Harika's game and come back to this one? Or
okay, let's do that.
Stick here?
No, Nino's taking her time. That's the right thing to do, everybody, is that when you're winning like this, she knows she's winning, and up 10 minutes on the clock, you don't want to rush your decisions. She'll get a full point whether she wins in 5 minutes or in 5 seconds. So let's go to that game between Harika and Divya. We'll come right back to Nino and Polina. We'll keep an eye on that. But what happened here, it looks like the c-pawn was moved. Rook c1, rook c8, a very cautious move. h4, saying let's go, and then c6. I like this play from Divya. Everything with a purpose. Now the knight comes to c4, and she still retains an advantage up a pawn, going after this a3 pawn and bringing her knight closer to the center.
Yeah, I think a4 might be the only move in this position. It also helps because you get rid of your weakness. So I'm sure Harika will go for a4. You can't take the pawn because the knight on c4 as well as the bishop on b7 will be hanging. And but black still managed to retain all her advantages, is it? Or can we, like after a4, can we take on c6, then we take on b5, and the b5 pawn will be a weakness for white?
Exactly what Harika wants. She's saying, I may be down a pawn, but this is the best version because now black has something to worry about. So Divya, she's down under 5 minutes, but still doing fine on the clock. I think she plans to meet a4 with knight c5, I imagine, just attacking the queen, attacking the pawn. And that's what Harika needs to figure out. Can I actually give up that pawn? It's a bit dangerous. Maybe the engine will laugh at me, and that's okay. I've been laughed at plenty of times in my life. But if a4, knight c5, like where's this queen going exactly?
Probably a2, because that's the only way I keep the c4 knight attacked and don't allow my pawn to be taken. I think it's the only way. But then maybe you just take on c5, d5, is it? And play b4.
Oof,
oh no, but then there are tactics, I think.
Yeah. Before queen f6, maybe also just hitting this knight, that's your point, getting rid of the defender of this pawn. The queen was important on b3, defending the knight. Now it's off to the side.
Point.
So
yes.
It just feels like black's play, there's so many options and they feel quite natural. And white's natural moves can be quite bad. You make this queen a2, simple retreat after a4, and suddenly your position falls apart, and Harika herself dropping under 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think these are this is a very well played game by Divya. We can say that. I mean, if she manages to find all this knight c5 and queen f6, I think it will be like perfect end to her reward for her efforts in this game, I would say.
And I think it's the type of game where even if she doesn't win, she'll feel very proud of the way she played. And that's the good thing. Sometimes you win a game, and you see this with chess players all the time. They do an interview, I played terribly, I could have done this. No, she is playing very, very well right now, and so she should be happy with the quality of her play.
We should go back to Polina's game because I can sense a resignation coming in. Polina down to 18 seconds with the pawn on e6, knight coming to f5 on the next move. Queen is attacked. So, yeah, I don't really see. Yeah, there she has resigned, and Nino Batsiashvili picks up her first win in the tournament.
We've seen our first result of the 2023 edition of Tata Steel Chess India in this women's rapid event, and it's Nino Batsiashvili. She said this yesterday. She said, I love playing in India.
Yes.
I have great results here. You can't get better than a win in round one.
Yeah, an excellent game, that too. She must be very happy with it. Clean, comfortable, and creative. So Nino Batsiashvili taking the lead with 1 point, and let's go to maybe Irina's game, because we haven't had a look at that for a long time. Ushenina down to 2 minutes against Irina Krush 6.
It's so funny. I'm looking at this game and I'm like, look, what's happened? 2 pawns have been traded. It does feel like they're playing classical chess in a rapid time control, and that's dangerous for players. Is when you don't get so adjusted to the time control, you're thinking, oh, I'll just play a slow, normal move. The position is fine. No advantage for either side. But I can sense that if Anna doesn't make the draw, that Irina will try to press her on the clock.
Yeah, Irina looking very determined there. Her pose that you mentioned in the beginning of the stream, her determined pose,
yeah.
all locked in. And we have, I'm expecting rook to d1 now. Just trade as many pieces as you can, get out of any kind of danger, because white is down on the clock.
Yeah.
And there's nothing really to claim an advantage. So at least let's have an equality on the board as well as on the clock. So
let's show a tactic very quickly, because some people might think, wait, can't I take this pawn? It's hanging. But whenever there are pieces in a row with each other, and this did not just happen, everybody, don't worry, that if they're pieces in a row, think what happens when the piece in between gets out the way, and the bishop goes h2 with check to the king, and after the bishop is captured, the queen is lost. So look at that move, by the way. King f1. That's a sneaky move, because now queen takes b7 is actually threatened.
right. Oh my god, you wouldn't even notice that your opponent moved. Let's say you had gone for a short break and you came back and you just play whatever, like let's say king h8 and oops, queen to b7, you've lost a pawn.
And queen takes b7 is like a winning move, right?
Yeah.
If white had a free turn, queen b7 wins. So I think that rook to b8 or bishop to b8 looks even more natural, just defending this pawn with the queen. I think that takes care of everything, but it's very easy to overlook that this b7 pawn, which was not hanging thanks to a check, that's check no more, and that means that you have to take care with that pawn.
What happens for a move like b5, Robert? Can we do that? Because it is honestly a little risky with the knight on c6, yes, as you pointed out. But I just want to know if there is any tactic here. I don't see it.
No, there isn't. I think it's just one of those long-term potential issues for black, and instead of playing b5, which can backfire, but it didn't, so it's a perfectly reasonable move that you suggested, she plays bishop b8. You know, I'll just keep the success, and there we see the trades.
Very
I think this
solid.
It makes a lot of sense for Anna, and she's not necessarily playing for a draw. I think we need to keep that in mind, that sometimes people think, oh, my opponent's trying to make a draw, and suddenly like, wait, why is my position bad? And she's just saying, let's just trade some pieces, simplify, and then if there's any advantage, she'll play for it. It doesn't look like there's an advantage. This looks completely level, so I would be happy to go to another game.
Yeah,
if we see fit.
absolutely. Let's have a look at Humpy's game, because that was very, very interesting. But yes, let's go to Humpy's game. The queen is on b4 now, but actually it didn't change much since we left it, no?
No, I think we only just saw one move of queen b6 to b4,
But they're down to 2 minutes and 3 minutes for Wenjun, not much for her as well.
no.
Wow. What did they calculate? I mean, probably queen b4, a very surprising move.
Extremely surprising, because a3 comes to mind, just keep kicking the queen, and bishop takes a7 is one of these moves that either is very good or loses on the spot. We all know the famous Bobby Fischer game against Boris Spassky, where he took that corner pawn and got his bishop trapped. Here instead, Humpy says, no, queen b3, and that's a very classy move. So that looks bad at first. Queen takes b3, pawn takes b3. Why would you give yourself double pawns? But you see that the engine says white is much better. And the reason why is this a7 pawn is under attack by 2 pieces. The only way to defend is a6. And the bishop slides up to b6 here. You just start pestering black's position here. If the rook slides up to d6, the bishop goes around to a5. And watch out. They're all threats from different angles. The d5 pawn is loose. White is more active. The knight comes to d4 as well. That's why white would have a better position.
Oh, that's very well explained there. Actually, I really like white's position now that you explain it so nicely. So white did not Black has taken on b3 by the
Oh,
way.
wow.
So we will enter this position after a6, which has also been played. So bishop b6 looks very natural, unless you find something better. I don't see anything better. Knight coming to d4 is so logical. Humpy must be very happy with her position, but she needs to play fast. Bishop b6 there. Rook to d6 can also be expected, and bishop a5, a very, very nice move there. Bishop in the corner, but controlling so many important squares like the d8 square, and also threatening bishop b4 in the future, or immediately actually, because we are threatening to win the d5 pawn after bishop takes on e7.
This looks very difficult for Black. I think at first glance, most people would say it's even material, not a big deal. Look at these bad pawns, but you can't attack those pawns very easily, and there are concrete problems that Black needs to solve. Knight d4. Your bishop will have to slide back to d7, and this bishop can still go to g4. You talked about this idea earlier, that controlling the light squares is really important. I'm just going to very quickly just throw a couple moves on the board just to show what that looks like. I know the engine will not be happy with all of them, but if we get this trade, look at that outpost on f5. It's just a juicy square, hitting the rook, hitting the pawn. Oh, this looks really nice for white.
And the pawn on g4 controls all three of Black's pawns. I mean, it's such a monster there. So, yeah, great position for Humpy. She needs to just play faster, and Wenjun needs to find some solidifying moves. Maybe bishop to e6 is something that comes to mind, keeping the pawn on d5 defended. Let's go to Harika's game, because she managed to find something instead of queen a2. She played queen to b1 in the line we looked at.
Okay.
So knight came to c5, and the queen on b3 moved to b1. Can we now pick up the a4 pawn for free?
I've been wondering the same thing. So would you take with the knight? I think we should take with the knight, because if we take with the pawn, I am worried at some point about a queen b4 move and d6, and it just gets a little too messy for my eyes. But if we take with the knight over here on a4 and we see these trades, you see that it's saying that white is actually doing quite well. And I think it's because after pawn e6, no longer can you take with the queen, as the b7 bishop is loose. And after pawn takes, oh gosh, have you ever seen such an ugly pawn structure before?
Yeah, too many pawn islands, especially with the light square bishop on b7. We don't want to go here. So yes, knight a4 is not something we want to play, but we need to play something, because Black is down to under 1 minute on the clock now. Harika has much more time than her opponent.
Wow.
2 minutes, 53 seconds. Queen b1 played. Divya needs to decide quickly. Maybe rook to b8, but we like our rook on c8. Yes, we don't want to move it.
But I see why you're doing that, just to make
Yeah.
sure that the b5 pawn is defended in the event of pawn takes, bishop takes, pawn takes b5. We need to keep things defended. She needs to move. She is down under 30 seconds, and she did make a move. What was that choice by her? We're going to see some...
We haven't got it yet.
Yeah, we'll see some moves come in a second, but you saw that Divya, she made a move, and Harika quickly made her reply. So as those moves come in, we will keep everyone updated. But yeah, Divya, she has no choice but to move instantly.
Yeah, maybe we can have a look at the camera view of the players with Harika and Divya on the screen. Okay, they
Yeah.
are playing really fast there. Okay, we will come back to this game. Let's go to Savitha Shree's game, because Vantika is also down to under 1 minute with 35 seconds on the clock. I'll keep an eye for the moves to be updated in
Okay.
Divya's game on the side.
And well, Vantika has played a fantastic game from start to finish. We see both players laser focus on the board right here. And for Savitha, she has a tough position with the white pieces. And Vantika, you can just tell almost by her body language. She is soft-spoken. At the opening ceremony, she said she just wants to do better than last year. And she is ready to pounce on the position. She's bringing her king into the center. It's one of these end games where you think, oh, it's just a normal looking position, nothing major, but Black definitely is decided for choice, and that is Vantika, and she's on the clock.
Wow. So knight to c4, yeah, looks very comfortable to play in time pressure, I would say that. I mean, there are no blunders waiting to happen all over the board, you know. So even though she's down on the clock, she's okay. She's going to be okay here. Unfortunately, we don't have an update in Divya's live board. There seems to be a transmission error.
Okay.
So let's go to the other game that's still going on with Irina and Anna. I mean, I know you said they're playing a classical game, but by now they must be low on time already. So let's have a look.
I honestly thought I just clicked on the Humpy game because I saw bishop on a5, and I was like, wait, sorry about that. No, we're on the correct game. This is an even position. Both sides have 6 pawns, the same amount of pieces. If something drastic happens, because Anna is down under now 12 seconds, she needs to move, and she's playing very methodically here. Every move taking a bunch of time, but the position is quite level against Irina, and Irina looks super calm.
Oh, the Divya game has been updated, so let's quickly go back there because they played so many moves, Robert. We missed that. Let's have a look. What happened? So, wow. So she still has her extra pawn, but the knight is on a3. The bishop is on d7. Okay. And they have 1 minute each. Okay, that's the summary of what's happening on the board. But I think black managed to retain her advantage. No, even though the a6 pawn is very weak.
Yeah.
But can we just come back knight b5 now, for example?
Yeah, I guess Harika's on the clock right now, but yeah, knight b5 is definitely the next move that I would play. So I'm looking at that angle. Queen b4. As well. I just want to trade pieces. I'm up a pawn, and maybe I won't win the game, but if I could get my knight to d4, then suddenly it's just dominating for black. A great knight against a bishop that can't really attack much. So Harika just made a move.
Maybe, yeah.
Bishop c6.
Bishop c6. I was thinking to double on the d file. Bishop c6, and now...
Your move, for sure.
Knight b5.
No, your move is just excellent. You're cutting off circulation between the queen and the bishop.
Yeah.
If you ever take on b5, you can never lose as black. You're just I'm up a pawn. I play this safely. I think the knight b5 is automatic for Divya, but she is spending some precious time here. That 10 seconds added per move is really important to remind viewers of. Every move that the players play, they get an additional 10 seconds of increment, and so they can build the time back up.
I've seen Divya make a move in 1 second, so I know that she has the ability to not panic, but it's just too much, for us as a commentator to watch. So knight b5 has been played. I saw her move the knight, but we are yet to get the moves.
Yeah, she did not lose on time. Don't worry. She brought her knight back to b5, so that's her choice, and it just makes perfect sense. Cutting off the coordination for white. We see a trade. I'll just put the piece. Oh, it seems like they're coming in now. We saw rook takes d8, queen, knight b5, rook d8, queen takes d8, and then I haven't seen the reply from Divya.
She took on b5 and a b5 on the board.
Oh, wow.
So that's the position. Queen to b4.
No, but this is really bad. I play queen d4.
Yeah, queen d4 is...
You need to dislodge that queen, and also the black queen defends the rook, so white can't gain a tempo, and the plan is very simple. Push the passer.
Yeah, it's fantastic endgame for black with the b pawn, not even the a pawn. So basically a theoretically winning endgame if they exchange the queens.
But she went king h7, I think. She decided to bring her king out of any checks on the back rank, which is not a bad move. It doesn't lose the majority of the advantage, but still, queen d4 felt a little bit more precise.
Yeah, and queen c5 will be met with queen d6, I suppose. So maybe she doesn't mind giving white one more move. Just let's see what you got there, We have a lot of time pressure situations in the other games as well. Can we quickly go to Humpy's game, because it seems like it's okay for black now.
Yeah, it looks like the material is even. Both sides have different pawn issues, and I just want to update everyone. Anna Ushenina and Irina Krush, they made a draw. We expected that. It was level throughout. But this knight on d4 is great. It defends the pawn on b3. The rook on b6 is great. It defends h6 and attacks b3. I feel like we're at a standstill here. Neither side can make progress without giving something up, conceding something. So Wenjun looks at her clock. She's down under now 6 seconds, and she does make a move.
What did she play? Knight c5, I guess? Oh, no.
Yeah,
king f6, king e2. That's...
h5. Pushing this pawn. I don't know if I would be pushing pawns on the king side if I were black, because I do think that they can quickly become threatened, and we see step 1, rook h8.
Yeah, I mean, what do we do now?
King
g6, yes?
Yeah.
But seems like the
But then rook d8, and I just feel like black is going to be more tied down because the knight on d4, that's such a strong piece for white. It protects b3, and this rook is completely dominated by the knight.
Yeah, that's the problem, I guess, that white's pieces are just better, even though the materially they are equal. And also white's pawns are so much safer. Like black is not targeting any of white's pawns. So it's a level position, but white is the one who's going to press for a win. Harika down to 8 seconds, by the way. Let's have a look. I think that game might get over any time. Or maybe it's a transmission error.
Yeah, definitely. We're having problems with the Harika game.
Okay.
So we will try to bring it up when the DGT board is more stable there. But I think what Humpy's doing is so great. Like, she repeated once. I now play from this little move, f3. Well, your knight can't go forward. What is black's move here? She probably has to move her king, but that's not easy to move your king backwards in a position like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And rook b4 you never want to play because rook to d6 as well, right? And I'll take away the only square your rook has. So king f7, king d3, and I'll bring my king closer to my queenside pawn so that my knight is free to move.
Just like little progress, move by move. We see such finesse from Humpy. The rook's under attack. She's going to move that out of the way. Just go back to h8. And that's the thing, is the king can attack the rook on h8, but the rook goes back to d8. The king can attack the rook on d8. This rook is on a pendulum, back and forth, going to these squares. And I just think that there's no winning plan for white. That's the biggest problem. But she has a free hand in the endgame.
Yeah, and black's pieces are simply stuck over here. Let's have a quick look at what Savitha is doing against Vantika, and we come back to this one. Vantika is down to a few seconds now, but it's a very equalish position. Do you think black can try? I think black is the one who'll try here, right?
Black has the pair of bishops, but this knight on b1 is kind of the hero. It's an unsung hero. It's passive, it's on its starting square, but defends the base of a pawn chain. The bishop would love to come to d2, but guess what? That square is unavailable as well. This looks like white has everything under control, but black, in her own merit, has things under control and is kind of pressing for more, that the white king maybe can slide up to f3.
Yeah, but you always have to be careful with rook f8 coming in. I would prefer to trade the rooks with rook a7 now, but I mean, I don't think black wants to allow rook into a6.
Right.
So you want to play rook a8 then, and then if I trade the rooks, white is completely fine after king f3. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that was a very good plan, and we're seeing what you were just saying. But where's this bishop going? That's right.
That's a great question.
You have a check, right? This bishop moves, and I'm just dragging around. No bishop e3. You would love to win the rook, but the king can take. And no matter where the bishop goes, the white king just steps away. So I do think that if bishop c1 check, for example, the king can even slide to g3 or just slide backwards. And a6 is such an important pawn. I don't think black is giving away. She's down under 5 seconds. Rook h8.
Rook h8 makes sense because rook to h2, and you want to attack the knight on b1 once the bishop moves. But how do we do that again is a great question. But let's say rook h2, bishop to d3, rook h3, king to e2, and rook e3 is a tactic. But she didn't go for that.
She starts the rook h3. She wants the rook h2 check here. And I guess we might see some kind of repetition of the checks back and forth, because if this king steps up away, then the bishop is lost, and as you pointed out, the knight is also loose back here too. So this is just a draw. I think we're going to see a repetition. That's a very fair result. Vantika was better earlier in the game, but it was never a winning advantage, and it was sturdy defense from Savitha.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's just wait for the repetition, and we will then go back to Harika's game, which was the other interesting game. And oh, by the way, Humpy has made some progress, and so has Wenjun. She managed to take her rook out of the b6 square.
Okay.
So
I brought up this game.
Not bad. No, rook on c7 is so much better than on b6. But what about the b7 pawn?
Yeah, I think that what black really wants is to trade these pawns off for these two, if you can make that happen. A5, really, really nice move there from Wenjun.
Fantastic
I mean,
move.
undermining the defense of this knight. If you trade everything on b7 at the end, black takes this pawn. It's still not an easy draw. I think that's what sometimes is misleading. They think, oh, knight and 4 pawns, knight and 4 pawns. But this king will come up very quickly. There are some opportunities for white to try to win, but it should be a draw.
But the G pawn, we need to be careful.
Yeah.
not allowing a passer on the king side. I think this Wenjun managed to probably save it so far at least. And knight to a5.
Okay. She wants to win this pawn.
She wants the pawn, yes.
Very direct. And Wenjun down under 30 seconds. What move did she just...
Yeah, g4 most logical. No, exchange as many pawns as you can.
So even if you lose one pawn, you say there's not enough material remaining. But, okay, Humpy can play for a win without any risk whatsoever.
Yeah. And our king is quite close to the king side, so we don't need to worry about any knight sacrifices after h takes, knight takes, pawn takes and king takes. We just bring our king to f1. So that's okay as well. I'll just have a quick look at Harika's board. Let's go to Harika's board. Oh my god.
Whoa. Okay, the time, of course, is not 0 for Divya, but Harika's king is up on g3. What's it doing out there? And is it black's turn?
It seems like it's black's turn.
Wow.
Queen g1, king f3 has been played, and now rook d8.
Bringing the rook into the game looks very well. She goes queen d1 check first. What is her plan here? Rook d8 looks great. She plays rook d8. The rook came back to c3. So where's the knockout? Is it rook d4? Oh, she won. It's over.
Rook d4. Oh, wow. What was the last move?
Oh, it was a resignation. And the reason why... It seems...
maybe just queen g1 and rook d1, yeah?
Yeah, queen g1, the king went here, and the rook is coming into d1. Or actually rook d2.
d2.
Yeah, even more direct, going for this pawn. So it was a resignation, and Divya Deshmukh pulls off what some would say is a huge upset, but as we were talking about, and she said during the opening ceremony, she's not scared of anybody. She's here to play, and play she did, and she won her first game.
Yeah, fantastic game by Divya. We were talking about it yesterday that Divya is very strong with the black pieces. So even though she gets an extra black in this tournament, she might not be complaining.
Yeah. And
for Harika, though, it's quite an upset, and she needs to pull herself back. She's good with comebacks, as we know, and she has 2 more games today. That's the fun part, that you don't get too much time to ruminate over your losses. You can just prepare yourself for the next game and come back with a win.
Yeah, the final position was this one where the queen is threatening the e4 pawn with checkmate, and the queen was under attack, and that's why resignation happened. But she'll need to gather herself, as you said, and let's go back to the only game that is remaining. We have 2 wins thus far, one by Divya Deshmukh with the black pieces, and one by Nino Batsiashvili. That was a very one-sided affair with white. And have we not seen a move since?
There is a result in Savitha and Vantika's game. As we discussed, they drew. And Humpy's game is the only one that's going on, but g4 and Humpy hasn't played. Maybe it's a transmission error as well.
Yeah, maybe they have traded a bunch of pieces. It looks like something's happening towards the center of the board. So we're going to assume that all of these pawns came off the board, and then white is going for the queenside pawn over here. Objectively, this would be a draw, but yeah, all of it happened at once.
Oh my god.
Everything.
It was like a Harry Potter magic trick.
Everything just went away. You're like, okay, this makes a lot of sense. I'm not surprised that we got here. And now the players are probably just going to trade knight for pawn, and then this knight for this pawn, and that's a draw.
Oh, yeah. It's a fair result, even though Humpy definitely had a big advantage in this game. But Wenjun defended quite well in the endgame, especially. So getting a rook to c7 was a achievement, definitely.
Yeah, it's one of those advantages that was always small but pleasant. And if your opponent plays extremely well, like Wenjun, you just give a round of applause and say, you did a good job, it's a draw. But it was a good press by Humpy. She doesn't get the full point. And I think for Wenjun, she's like, yeah, I drew with black and Humpy Canero. That's a good result for anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. So also... yeah, there is the result there. The kings are placed in the center in front of each other. So it's a draw. So 2 wins in this round. One for Nino against Polina and one for Divya against Harika. And the rest of the players have drawn. What do you think, Robert?
We have to give gold stars for performance. I think it's pretty obvious, the two of them. Normally, I would say Divya winning with black. That's the bigger accomplishment. But the way Nino won so quickly against Paulina, as you said, she's up to 2,500 feet in classical chess.
Yeah.
She's top 15 in the world for the women players. And, I mean, that was just one-sided as it gets. Divya also played really, really nice. She should be very proud. It's a big win for her.
Yeah, absolutely. Great wins for both of them and good games. We didn't see any big blunders or something. It was I think the players have already found their form instead of waiting for round one to pass.
Yeah.
We can expect great games in this tournament. So, why don't we take a short break, Robert, and come back for round two?
Yeah, round two will begin shortly. New opponents will be in the way of some of these players, but some players very happy with their win, others a little upset with their loss. 3 drawn games, but we will take a quick break and be right back for more from Tata Steel Chess India Women's Rapid.
sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Hello everyone, welcome back to our coverage of the Tata Steel Chess India Women's Tournament Rapid and Blitz. We are in round 2 now, Robert. And how was round 1 for you?
Oh, round 1 was super exciting. We saw Divya with a really highlight win over Harika and Nino. And that game ended before we could really say much of anything. That was such a great game for her. But Paulina, she'll need to right the ship.
Yeah, absolutely. Paulina is playing against Savitha in this second round with the white pieces, and Divya, of course, is playing Women's World Champion Wenjun.
Yeah, that's a huge matchup. Can you imagine you beat Harika with black, you're feeling like you're floating on the clouds, and then you say, oh, I actually have to go sit down a couple minutes and play against Wenjun, who herself defended a very nice game against Humpy. So both players would be happy after their first game. And for Divya, I think you have to keep the emotions in check. It's very difficult, especially when you just had such a nice win, but you're starting a new game. The past doesn't mean anything.
But she's used to great results, so probably she just beat Murali Karthikeyan, very strong Indian grandmaster in Abu Dhabi, when she made a final international master. Now, oh man, she's had some fantastic results recently. So. Actually, not just recently.
Two players here also who've had fantastic results. Paulina Shuvalova and Savitha. We see Nino Batsiashvili. She was a star of the first round. And Harika lost with the white pieces. Gets the white pieces the second game in a row.
Yeah, and Harika is strong with both colors. And one big advantage for Harika as a player is that not only is she strong but also very versatile, so she can switch up her gears whenever she wants, and I think she must be wanting to sort of get back into the tournament after that brutal loss. So I also understand that she might even be a little tired after having played so many tournaments in a row, and maybe the first round loss is a wake-up call for her.
And there's also more pressure probably playing in front of India fans, and that adds to kind of the moment. So I think for Savitha, she's young, she's happy to be here, as we said. But for some of the players who have experienced this before, and then it's only the second women's event here in Tata Steel Chess India, but you want to win, and the fans, they also want you to win. So the weight of expectations does burden some people sometimes.
That's a great perspective. Yes, that's for sure. I mean, all of us could feel it in the Olympiad actually.
Yeah.
Because too many eyes on you and you're not used to it. But I think Harika might have gotten used to it now. That's the start of the game. Shake hands, and what does... Oh, Divya first decides to adjust her pieces.
Yes, and there we see Irina Krush against Humpy. These two have played each other many times. I mean, Irina often playing board 1 for Team USA, and Humpy, whether it's the Cairns Cup or the Olympiad, these two have squared off. But Humpy, she takes some time on her first move as well, but then she returns. We have a Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, absolutely. But we have Divya's board on the screen, and Divya plays d4. Wenjun exclusively plays the QGD or the Tarash or the Ragozin systems against d4 nowadays for the past 3 years or so. So Bishop e7 is not something she has played so much, by the way. Knight f6 is the more common move.
I'm just wondering, because I'm looking here and Irina against Humpy is on the screen, and their board is a Sicilian, a c3 Sicilian, which is very surprising to me from Irina, who's a lifelong d4 player, and I thought we saw...
But we saw Irina play c4 on the board, so I guess...
I think this is Divya against Wenjun. Does that make more sense to you?
That makes a lot of sense, because Divya does play e4 regularly.
Okay, so we will make sure to get the names corrected. You see Irina's name is white, but it's actually Divya with the white pieces against Wenjun, and it's a c3 Sicilian. I've played this growing up, so I love this Alpine Sicilian opening. But yeah,
we played a game in Isle of Man where I played Sicilian and you were like so well prepared with black, and now I know why, because I mean, not only the surprise didn't work, but also you play it yourself with white.
Yeah, I love the Alapin Sassanians. We should go to a different game, and I think
Yes.
maybe we can fix this here because this is would be very surprising if this is the Irina game against Humpy. So let's go to maybe Harika's game against Nino Batsiashvili because Harika, she really wants to get a win. Wait, Harika playing e4 seems.
No, Harika does play
She,
quite often.
as you said, she plays everything, but I'm so used to her beautiful d4 games, her positional mastery. She just played a Catalan.
Yeah.
But here we have chaos on the board between Harika and Nino. This is a well-known variation where black has sacrificed 2 pawns. And Nino says material is not the only thing that matters in chess. It's about activity, it's about control of squares. And in this opening, where white is 2 pawns ahead, black should bring this bishop out to g4, apply pressure, pin the knight here, and try to ruin white's pawn structure.
Oh wow! So this is dangerous actually for white if she doesn't know what to do, right?
Yeah.
Bishop on g4, knight on d4, d3 by white, and maybe just short castle.
Yeah, white can also bring the bishop out, right, to try to trade. And the question is black castling queenside. I'm going to be honest. I know that this is theory, but I don't know the theory. And that's dangerous for players because if they are in the same boat as me, where they're like, oh, this is familiar, I know the next move, but then suddenly when you're out of theory and you make that move by yourself, you're shaking because like, if I make a mistake, I'm down 2 pawns. Or if you're white, I'm up 2 pawns. If I make a mistake, I might get checkmated if I castle kingside, for example.
And long castle is on the board. I mean, I just feel like it's more dangerous for white.
Yeah.
And white should be careful not to ever short castle in this position because we simply pick up the knight on f3 and ruin your pawn structure. The king is so weak on g1 after the g pawn moves to f3. So white will also go for the long castle idea. It's just that we can't do that right away because queen d2 will run into bishop f3 or knight f3. And now maybe we should take on d4 or play h3, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Black castle, the white one, bishop e3. So yeah, taking on d4 is what I'm looking at next. And as you said, h3 also next for white. And for black here, I'm not sure because I feel like if I spend too much time, then I'm down 2 pawns. And where's my full compensation? So
Sacrifice?
I'm looking.
You want
okay,
to
you know, she's playing it. She takes and she's going for it because it's a sacrifice going to be offered on d5. And then after pawn takes d5, where is it? Like, what's the follow-up? That I'm not sure about. I can get here. It looks interesting, but black is down a lot of material.
Maybe just take on f3 and take on e3. I think that could be a way. Or no,
I feel like
Engine hates it.
Yeah, because I can take this bishop on g4 and you've a check, but just 1 check, and that's about it. So.
Right.
This looks worrisome to me. I mean, Nino probably well prepared. You don't venture into this opening unless you've really studied it. But rook takes d5 to me looks forced. Otherwise, you're spending too much time. And now I don't know. Now I'm going to be honest. Do I take on f3 with the bishop and then go knight f5? Maybe that's something
clever.
to consider. But even here, I still feel like I don't see the full 100% compensation.
Yeah, I mean, queen e2 looks very logical, no? And we just prevent any kind of checkmate tricks.
Yeah.
And we want to go long castle next. So even if you pick up the pawn, it's okay. Yeah, fine. We have an exchange.
I think this, so you can't castle through check, and now this is where I just leave it to the players. You figure this out. I've done my task, but I do think this is what we're going to see, and the rook will come to e8, and there's going to be all sorts of tactical fireworks on display. But for now, we're still in at least Nino Batsiashvili's opening preparation, and Harika, she has more time than she started with, so we're in her prep as well.
Let's go to Shuvalova's game against Savitha. That's something we didn't look at. And Shuvalova lost her first round. She's white now against Savitashree, the youngest player of the tournament. And it's level position, just how many? 7 moves only.
Yeah.
Knight f3, c5, c4, knight f6. So an English opening. And already the central pawns have been traded.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw kind of everything get traded in the center. It cleared up very quickly. And then when we see d5, knight takes, and bishop d2. I mean, this is an unambitious opening. I don't think that means that Polina's playing for a draw, but she's trying to avoid theory. And I think people like to do that against younger opponents in particular. As you said, Savitha, the youngest player in the field, it's like, well, she may have studied the deep theory quite a lot, but has she played this position before? Probably not, because it's bishop b2 such a calm move.
Yeah, absolutely. And also maybe Polina was following this advice, that when you lose a game, you try to make a draw in the next one, calm yourself down, and then come back in the tournament. Maybe that's what she wants to do. But of course, playing a calm opening doesn't mean you're okay with a draw.
No.
It could mean very different things. So let's just go to, let's also have a look at Vantika's game against Anna.
Yeah, it looks like the DGT boards are being refreshed, and as soon as they are up, we will go to that game. But for now, we see the players fully concentrated on their chess. I mean, these players taking every single move seriously. It's not just the game, but every little decision. Every decision that's not made is requiring such calculation from them.
What do you think is going on in the minds of the players who are playing here for the first time, Robert, like an elite event of this stature? Do you think they feel more nervous or more excited? Do you remember your first time when you played in a tournament with the greats of the world, chess world?
Ooh. Yeah, it's exciting, I think. It's
exciting.
Yeah,
yes.
Especially if you're a player who, when going into the tournament, people don't have... they say, no, that person, it's great that they're there. They're a rising player, but they don't expect you to win first place. And that allows you to kind of go under the radar, so to speak. So I think that, Polina, she's a last-minute addition. She's, replaced. Unfortunately, a couple players could not take part. But for Savitha, I think, there's a lot of eyes on Indian chess. And for her, she's such a great player. And she wants to keep proving people right that, she can do this. She is somebody that, not just now is already good, but someone's going to be even better. And I don't like putting pressure on players, but I think sometimes if we're just honest, players have to feel that. There's no choice when so many eyes are on you.
Yeah, absolutely. And also it's great for the fans to be able to come and watch this event live in the National Library. Because, imagine 8, 10, 12-year-old kid getting to come here and watch the world champion play, the top players of India play, the top players of the world play here, and take so much inspiration from them. Maybe also get a chance to interact.
Yeah, take photos, get autographs for sure. I think we do have maybe one game that's...
Let's get it on the screen. We have Divya's...
I think it's Irina against...
all of them are coming back, yes.
Oh, they're coming back?
Yes. So...
Great.
Let's go to Divya and Wenjun's game. But yeah, we are not sure if it is.
Yeah, we are.
Can we also have the player cams on the screen so that we get a closer look at the board?
Yeah, maybe that would be helpful because we are experiencing a few difficulties here. But I do think that this looks much more like a Irina Krush game starting with d4. She's... always been a d4 player, and yeah, this is the game.
Yeah, so this is we have the real game between Irina and Humpy. No confusions there. So what do you think of the position, Robert? I think just complex position. No, white plays for the e4 break, I guess.
Yeah, at some point, f3 and e4, as you're saying. This pawn c4 is really annoying for white to deal with because they did kick the bishop back to c2, but you can see more pawns coming up the board for black. And if you do play f3 and e4, you get this kind of hanging pawn scenario in the center, so you try to explode the position, open it up, but you also may have some weaknesses of your own. I think it's the big plan that I see for white, assuming anything else coming to mind besides that one.
Oh, nice. So white plays on the queen side, white plays on the center and the king side, and black plays on the queen side. The pawn structure dictates the side you play on.
Yep.
So this will be a game we will come back to. Let's have a look at Savitha and Shuvalova's game, which we were discussing before that small glitch.
Whoa.
Okay then. Not only the pawns, but even the queens are
Wait,
off.
but this is a Sicilian, so now I'm not sure which game is which anymore. But we will try to get everybody up to date on the games. But this is we saw an Alpin Sicilian, and this is, I'm not sure if it's Polina against.
No, this is the position on the board. So
okay. So now this is the correct game. So
Yes.
we see knight a3, which is very, very common in the Alpen. You want to get your knight up to b5 to try to give this royal fork. And after knight c6, knight b5, queen d8, you stop the check on c7, but look at white's play. Pawn takes c5. Ideally, black trades queens, but if you trade queens on d1, then you lose sight of the c7 square at the end, and that's why black instead takes on c5 first. But so I mean, I don't know about you. I've always liked these positions from the white side because black's king is in the center.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you want to play this position as white.
Yeah.
And you didn't get anything in return as black to have your king in the center. Like, white's pawn structure is intact. She will even long castle next move. So, what do you have to show against white's great pieces? So, I think Savitha in a bit of a pressure over here.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
feels that way. I think that she probably has to bring her king up to e7 because there are many different elements here that seem to favor white. Not only does white get the castle and make sure the rook is in the center, but knight d6 is a threat. You want to win the bishop pair. It's an open position, so having the bishops would be an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, can we get Wenjun's camera on the screen if it's available, Divya and Wenjun's camera? Because it seems like there is a result. We just want to confirm if the game is already over.
Wow. Okay,
So this was the game we were looking at, thinking it's Irina's game.
Harika against Nina.
Thinking it's Harika against
Yeah,
Nina.
I was very surprised that Harika was playing e4. I know she plays everything, but that would have been surprising. And this was the very long line here, this known theory. And for Divya, she said, I won game 1 against Harika Black. She essentially was able to force the draw. This is all a theoretical sequence. And yeah, we did see a trade. We see queen h4. And yeah, I can't improve on what the players did. So sometimes we talk to explain things. This is one of those things, they know their theory. The king ran away. Look at this. And
e3, you allow as many checks as you want, but there is no checkmate on the board.
no, there is not a checkmate. The king runs away. And then after bishop takes f3, the rook is captured. And essentially here, black just has this draw. And if you don't make the draw, you lose. Because, maybe you don't lose, but white is better because you have a rook against a bishop. And it's just a bishop and one pawn. And so the queen goes back and forth to make sure the draw is agreed to. So I have to ask you, Wenjun, the highest rated player in the field, the women's world champion, how do you think she feels about this quick draw?
Maybe she's okay with it because, in fact, Divya, now that we know it's Divya playing white, I know that Divya goes for the 4 knights defense quite often.
Yeah.
So she might have even expected her to play this line. So maybe Wenjun was mentally prepared for this draw even before the game started. And I also saw that she was changing her lines a lot in the World Championship match. She played e4, e5, then she played Karo-Kan. So it's not like she didn't have options.
Right. And for Divya, a draw against Wenjun is a great result, especially
Yeah.
after the win earlier today. And look at how much time she had. She had way more time than she started. She played the whole game instantly. So it goes to show that she wasn't really ambitious in this game. If Wenjun didn't remember something, of course, then white has chances, but there was no question. It was just a draw by force.
But it's also a decent approach, no? Like, play a very long forcing line and check if your opponent knows the theory, and if she knows, okay, she's the world champion, you take the draw and play the next game.
Yeah, it's a good result and some rest. And there are 3 games in the day, so
Yeah.
can't blame the players for trying to get all the rest that they need. And if it's good for her tournament standing, then Divya did the right thing. So she now has beaten Harika Janavali and now drawn the women's world champion Wenjun. So we can go away from this game. That board is empty. Let's go to a board that is full of life and play.
Maybe Vantika, because we didn't have a look at that one. Vantika playing white against Anna Ushenina. Vantika always plays the d4 with white, and Anna answered with unusual QGD with h6 on the third move.
Yeah.
So
Don't you love how that's become popular? A6 and H6, all these offbeat moves, but it does stop these bishop G5 variations that tend to bother players as they want to get their knight out to F6. And it seems like a waste of time, but white can't capitalize, so it's a perfectly natural move.
So G3, knight F6, and we got this very normal position on the board in the middle game with
Yep.
fianchettoed bishops
Yeah.
for white. And it looks as if white opened with the reti, but she didn't. And knight to h4 is something we like as white, no? Knight to h4 and f5. And can we... What next? I mean, black will definitely go bishop to f8 and then queen to c2 maybe.
Yeah.
Try get e4. Or no, we don't play e4 here.
Maybe at some point f3 and e4. We talked about that in another position.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's kind of unclear sometimes what black does. Maybe black will play bishop f8 for sure, starting point. And then maybe g6. I don't know if you want to loosen up your king side like that. Will black play c5? It's a risky move, the hanging pawn structure. So I feel like both sides have these difficulties of how to continue maneuvering their pieces. And Vantika is up 3.5 minutes. That's quite a decent amount.
Yeah, surprising.
Yeah,
as well.
I was thinking what you said during the first game.
Yes, I mean, she must be very happy about that because that doesn't happen often. And Anna, as we saw in the first round as well, she was taking so much time in a very equal position, equalish position. So maybe she's still finding her footing in this tournament. We will see. We will come back to this game. It's a very original position, no?
Yeah, it feels fresh.
Yeah.
Something about it rings a bell for me. Like I feel like I've seen this before, but it's just because of the nature of the position. It's very calm. C5. I think that's when you see a position like this, you think of ideas. The bishop goes back to f8. Do I play c5? Do I not play for c5? For white, do I play for f3 and e4 at some moment, or is that a little bit too vulnerable? So yeah, both sides will have their work cut out for them. I am surprised though. If not bishop f8, there might be bishop b4. So she could be thinking about getting rid of this knight and going for knight e4, but I would be playing bishop f8 so quickly here.
Yeah, bishop f8 and knight e4 even comes to mind.
Yeah.
Like you want to activate your pieces. Harika's game against Nino has already reached an end game.
Okay.
Do we go there and
Let's do
have
it.
a look?
So Harika, off the not great start to the competition. She drew lost her first game with white against Divya. Now with the white pieces in game 2. So what's the material? Even material.
So this was the unambitious opening that we saw in Paulina's
game. That makes a lot of sense. Yes. Where the bishop d2. Okay,
yes.
So now this makes a lot of sense.
So now bishop to d2, and then we saw a lot of action probably happened, and queens got traded.
Too much action.
Yeah, too much happened. Would you prefer white or black here?
Well,
Robert?
bishop pair?
Yeah.
I always want the bishop pair.
Yeah.
But I'm not really sure how much there is here, because if I defend this pawn with rook to b8, we say what bishop pair? I play bishop d5. I feel like pieces are coming off so quickly here that neither side has troubles, but that's an ambitious move by... she's giving up the pawn on b7 to play rook c2, and when you have a pair of bishops, you want activity.
That's actually a very fighting move, no? Because anyway, what else? You cannot prevent rook c2 unless you play rook c1, which you don't want to play. I mean, black will still have the pair of bishops. But you take on b7, and instead I get rook to c2. You play rook b1, that's fine. But I have control on the second rank. Maybe bishop to c4 check. And king g1, king goes further away. And this is a great position. a5, a4 as well comes to mind.
For sure, a5, a4. And black can also play for expansion on the king side. Sometimes that's the way to go with bishops, because a knight is a slow-moving piece. The bishops operate on both sides of the board. I would certainly take black here. You could always play bishop takes b3 and force a draw with opposite colored bishops. So I am really into this position for Nino. And something that's interesting is it seems almost like Harika is just trying to force a draw. You said when you lose a game, sometimes you just want to get a good result on the scoreboard. But when your opponent is trying to make a draw, sometimes it's a good idea to test them. If you're going to make a draw, you're going to need to prove it. And I think rook c1 should be equal, but black is on the better side of that endgame.
Yeah, black will play the endgame forever. So, yeah, things looking not so equal in this game. Let's go to Humpy's game against Irina. We didn't look at that. Irina played...
Whoa.
Oh, we did actually. The pawn was on c4, and then something happened. What happened there? c4, and then bishop to e2, a6, and a4 was played. Okay.
trying to stop b5. But knight b4 happened, and then we saw b6. So I don't recall seeing people play in this manner, but it was justified. The engine approves of it. She's saying you can take on c4, as happened in the game, and then after pawn takes e4, look at this. White has, after e4, 2 passed pawns in the center, but black has these queenside pawns, b6 and c4, to her advantage. And it's kind of a modern approach. Your pieces stare at the center, where white has the pawns there. So, all right, this is a tough position. We see the evo, we're saying white is slightly better, but ignoring the bar for a second, would you rather have white or black here?
I like black more.
Yeah?
Yes, I don't know why. I just prefer this position as black. Maybe because okay, fine, you have the pawns in the center, and what next? If you play d5, you anyway can never push e5 because the d5 pawn will be hanging, and I also get a great square on c5 for my bishop. If you play e5, maybe that's what white will play actually. At least it opens up the c2 bishop's diagonal, but yes, I get the diagonal for myself. I get the d5 square. So it's not that convenient, I mean, I get so much in return for the center.
Yeah.
I also get a great passer on c4, by the way.
Yeah, that is, a pawn's also hard to attack. Like, normally a pawn that's not protected by another pawn that's so advanced is a problem, but here it's impossible to attack it. And I think what you're saying is that this is a very consequential decision, that both sides are looking at these pawn pushes, and they have their drawbacks for white, so you're not sure which one is the correct choice. And we see in the clock that Irina is down over 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So Humpy, she played a really good game with white against Wenjun. It was a draw. Now with black, she's maybe going to think about being ambitious.
Yeah, absolutely. And Humpy is like someone who tries to fight with both sides. It's not like, okay, I'm black, I'll take a draw. She never does that, even in a classical game. So yeah, I think good chances for both players here, right? I mean, 3 results are possible in this position, but I prefer black. Can we have a look at Vantika and Anna Ushenina's game? So what? Because the bishop on b7, I don't like the look of it.
Wait, this is the game with knight f5, and she did put a piece in f8, but it was her knight that went to f8, allowing, after e3 and knight e6, the capture, and he takes back with the pawn on d6. So this is a fascinating decision by Anna. I think that most viewers would look at this and say, I will never, ever, ever play pawn takes d6 and give myself double isolated pawns. But the reason why black does this is to open up the c-file, and you say, I'm taking away key squares from white's pieces, and how are you going to attack these pawns? My knight and my bishop keep d5 defended. I can bring my knight to e4 if I really need to, and why not just move my queen and bring rooks to c8 and try to take control of the c-file? I have to admit, I don't like the look of these double pawns, but they're so hard to get to.
Yeah, but what I don't like even more is my bishop on b7. How do you activate her or him? Maybe b5, b4, a5, queenside expansion. But then white will... I get the point that if white blocks the queenside with b4 herself, then the bishop on b2 is dead. So, I mean, maybe that's the plan, yes? b5, b4 and a5, and try to activate the bishop from the a6, f1 diagonal.
Okay.
Because I don't want to leave the bishop on b7, like just protecting d5 all her life.
Maybe you have to just be passive, and maybe Anna's okay with that, but I am with you. I don't like the look of it. Maybe there's like a knight g5, queen d7, and
nice.
There's some initiative on the king side for black as well. But yeah, I feel like white should be better. When I see a position like this, and if I didn't have the eval bar, I say I'm taking white's better. But then I think a little more, I'm like, actually black is super solid.
Right, so this position we prefer white.
Yeah.
But we don't think it's bad for black.
No.
We have ideas as black. That's the point, I guess. I mean, if black was only passive, then we would take white 10 times out of 10.
Yeah.
But because black has these ideas with knight g5, knight e4, queen d7, as you pointed out, I think black can also play for something.
It's so interesting because queen takes d6, right? That was a very clear option. But I
Yeah.
think the pressure down the c file against a pawn was unpleasant, and the way you usually get rid of this backward pawn is by playing c5, but that makes the bishop very strong. So there was that trade-off: bad pawn structure, but bad bishop now on b2 instead of a potentially good bishop. So I get why everything just happened. Maybe some other games are a little bit further along, but that was an interesting moment from a chess perspective.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an instructive game. We are going to find out what happens
Yeah.
if black takes on d6 with the pawn. Let's go to Shuvalova's game. They are having an end game here, but looks like the bishop on g3 is definitely very strong. And now we are getting another bishop on f3 as well. We can also play a4 ourselves. Looks bad for black, no?
It's one of these positions that I say is a good opportunity for people to learn from. Unfortunately for Savitha, she might learn while losing. And they say you either you win or you learn. You don't lose. But here I think it's not going to be fun. And this bishop that you highlighted, look at that. It's a long-range piece controlling so many of the important squares. a4 tries to chisel at the b5 pawn, the a6 pawn behind it. This knight can slide up into these weakened dark squares. I think black's best move would be b6 and a7. Get those pawns back.
That was probably allowed in a glitch. I saw a meme of it. But yeah, bishop f3, another idea we were looking at. We liked playing on the queen side more, yes?
Yeah.
Instead of bishop f3. But this is also quite good. Now the knight can't move to anywhere except for a5, defending the bishop. Maybe that's what she needs to do.
Although that might be meant by bishop c7.
Oh,
Yeah, no, it's I mean,
epic blunder.
no, but I'm in the same boat as you because I want to get rid of this bishop. It's so strong here, but if you rush that decision, you actually lose some material. I'll just put that on the board to show everybody that bishop c7, ignoring the trade because this rook is hanging with check as well, and the knight is not protected. It just wins material on the spot.
Oh, fantastic. So that brings us to maybe black's only move in the position, logical move, is rook d7.
Yeah.
We not only threaten to double on the d file, but also might want to move our knight at some point. Knight to a5, yes. And then, yeah, rook d7 and rook d8 makes a lot of sense. But it's difficult for Savitha, that's for sure.
Yeah, even if you trade a pair of rooks, the two bishops are so strong, and I still am liking the look of knight b3 into c5. At some moment, black is going to have to deal with the problems on the queen side, namely this pawn on a6 and that bishop on b7. So I really prefer white here, and I think that Paulina's time advantage should play a part.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, do you think bishop f3 was a little bit of a concession? Like maybe a4 was just stronger?
Yeah.
And like threaten black more and more on the queen side where she's weak, not give her time to double and consolidate.
Yeah, because in this position, like a4, I think black definitely doesn't want to take. He'll play b4. That's your first instinct. But now, after bishop f3, you're a little worried. If pawn takes pawn, it's, oh no, I have this isolated pawn.
Right.
But whenever you have isolated pawns, you've opened files for your rooks. And a rook on b1 is super strong because there is no rook b8 in return. So it's a trade-off. That's what chess is, that your isolated pawn doesn't look great, but the open file is fantastic. And it looks like rook d7 was played. Knight to b3 responded by Paulina, and we predicted this position. I think that white is better without risk, but we'll see if Savitha, if she can draw this game, that will show her maturity as a player, because this is the type of end game that we've seen the legends be so happy about from white. You see in those like old books, plus over minus kind of positions. This is just so nice for white.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, knight to b3 and rook. We can expect black to trade off a pair of rooks. We'll come back to this one. Let's have a look at Humpy's game against Irina. And we were not sure whether the center works out well for white or not. White has played f3, not committing anything much. Robert, you are a great... you have been like the team coach for the women's team, US women's team, and also a friend of Irina's. Can you tell us a bit about her as a player? She's won the US Championship 8 times.
Yeah, 8-time US Women's Chess Champion. She's a huge fighter. She really loves chess. She digs deep every time. And she's a phenomenal player. And she always has been. I do worry about her clock in this game.
Right.
I think sometimes many players, they have this tendency to burn a little bit too much time because in chess, it's a quest for perfection, right? You want to play the best move every single time, but
Yeah.
Time is a problem, right? You need to move quickly, and I think for Irina in this game, she's half the time of Humpy, and Irina's also afraid of nobody. Like,
Oh,
yeah,
that's a great
she
attitude.
doesn't care what your rating is. She really feels like she has a chance, and she's proven that with great results over the years. And yeah, F3 I think was a good decision. I just think that it would have been nicer if she played it much more quickly, because Humpy now has a wide range of choices here and has a big lead on time, and that could be a problem. And I just want to know, I think we just saw a result in another game. It looks like Harika and Nino, they drew their game. We expected a piece on that board.
Yeah, I mean, we liked Nino's position a little more with
Yeah.
the rook coming in, but yes, the draw was probably not out of reach. Good result for both of them, because Nino took the lead still with 1.5 points. She might still be in the lead, we don't know. And Harika also got some time to calm down and save some energy for the third game.
Yeah, it's interesting. Winning with black in the first game, that's usually the biggest thing, because you want the more of the white pieces. But now it's worked out very well for Nino, because she won with white, drew with black. That's the professional approach. It's the mantra they tell you to use. And Humpy quickly played queen d7. I have to say, this type of position is so double-edged. When you have double your opponent's time, essentially, you're just looking at this game. No longer are you thinking, oh, let me just equalize. There's nothing equal about this. I see the eval bar saying it's equal, but I don't like that terminology, because oftentimes people equate equal with draw. It's a level game. It's dynamic equality, so to speak, but both sides have serious chances. So, I mean, you earlier said you would take black. I think you're definitely taking black now with the and look at this move, bishop b1. What is this bishop doing back here?
Yeah, almost all her pieces now. 5 of them are on the first rank,
Yeah.
and she won't be very happy about it. Can we look at some plans for white here? Maybe queen e1, and I don't know. I mean, I said queen e1, but then I don't like knight d3. So there are problems with everything. A queen to d2 seems fine, but then what next?
Right.
So what are White's ideas in this position? I don't see many of them.
What are White's ideas? What are Black's ideas? I'm not sure about that either. B5 is definitely one move to explore here. I don't think that White will take. I actually want to show that very quickly, because this type of pawn capture on B5, unless it wins you material, which it doesn't, it's going to be bad. Because look at this. You've handed Black all the activity down the open file. Very bad news. So if bishop B1, B5 were to be played, leave the tension. This is a struggle for many players. They don't know when to capture. Here, the open file can only favor Black, so don't take on b5. Instead, maybe make this d5 move. It's about time to expand in the center, and then this knight can venture out to d4. So both sides will have their chances here. I think it's very messy, and I just like Humpy's chances because of the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. Very nicely explained there, and also maybe d5 is the only idea for White. So she needs to go for it, whether it gives up any squares or not, doesn't matter. Yeah, totally agree with you there, Robert. Can we have a look at Vantika's game? Anna did manage to put a knight on e4, which we were discussing. And the bishop is still on b7 though. Not much scope for it, but she can now bring the bishop to f5, yes? Oh, so maybe it will come alive.
Yeah, but I just like the way that Vantika is playing this. I mean, the knight comes to f4. Yeah. If you think about moving bishop, you still have to watch out for knight, the pawn d5, and also f3 comes to mind. I just want to kick this knight back. So let's say I make a random move like king h8, some not very good move, and now f3, and your knight goes here. And I can already think about playing h4 to keep kicking the knight backwards. And if your knight goes to h7, well, that's a bad piece. And if your knight goes to e6, well, I can keep my knight. I want more pieces on the board. Black is restricted. This bishop is bad. Queen d2, maybe e4 at some point, but I have to prepare it. I just think that White has the free hand, and once again, the clock. You're surprised by it because Vantika always is the one down in time trouble. She's well ahead on time right now.
Yeah, she's really like warmed up to the format already by the second round. She has kept so much time on her clock and making good moves as well. So yeah, definitely, I mean, I agree with your assessment. I think this is in Vantika's favor. I really like the plan you suggested as well with f3 and kicking the knight back, and then we can also expand on in the center if we get a chance, right? Or maybe even h4 and g4.
That's
later.
what I was thinking. Same wavelength there, because you can just start pushing pawns, gain some space.
Yeah.
And this bishop, you called it immediately. The bishop on b7 is a bad piece. And they say bad bishops defend good pawns. That is a very good pawn on d5, but that's it. It's not actually helping you gain activity. And I think in rapid chess, that gets really frustrating. You just want to lash out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Anna must be... Yeah, that's why she's taking so much time. She's not played a move yet. We have been looking at this game for 2 minutes now. Let's go to... which game do you want to look at? Maybe Shuvalova's game, Robert.
Yeah, let's see if things have changed there from Polina. She would love to get a win after the debacle in game 1. And is that a fianchetto knight? That does look like a fianchetto knight, but it's also about to trade off potentially for this knight on b3. Yeah, I think that black has stabilized. How did this happen so quickly? Because after rook d7, it seems that this knight jumped out to b3 and knight d8. Wow.
Wow, that's a very nice move there. Can we still... we obviously cannot play knight c5 because black will take on d1 and then take on f3.
Yeah, ruin the pawn structure. She took...
What did she do there? She took on d7 and played bishop e2. She saved her bishop pair advantage, but black has managed to activate her pieces, and now knight comes to c5 even. So the pieces have become more passive.
Yeah.
Even though they are still on the board, they're not doing the same great job as earlier, right?
I would still say very good winning chances for white. Not that white is much better, and Savitha more than capable of holding this game, but black doesn't have a plan, and white at some point, if you're a Savitha, you're like, oh, okay, is a4 going to happen? Because if a4 happens, I might be in big trouble down on the queen side. So how do I prevent that?
Yeah,
I'm not sure how you do.
Really? But I thought knight c5, doesn't it work?
Knight c5, I guess, but I could also play c4, right? I have two different options of how to open up the queen side, and we love a bishop pair. And why do we love a bishop pair? They attack both sides of the board. Knights are slow-moving pieces. Like, I think if knight c5, c4 takes, just knight takes c4, the d6 square is now white's for the taking, and you never want to give the two bishops against two knights.
Especially in such an open position. No, never at all. And yes, this looks like a great plan for white actually. Now I'm wondering, how does Savitha defend against both these ideas, a4 as well as c4. Maybe knight b6 is the only way to go. But yes, black is the one who has to do all the job of defending, while white is simply creating more and more threats.
Yeah, this, as you said, you just are defending one after another, and you're trying to hope that you can be like a turtle and get in your shell to avoid all of them. But I just feel like it's a situation that clearly favors white, especially if, and Paulina has played c4.
Oh, c4 on the board. And also, in the faster time controls, the one who is creating the threats is always at an advantage, because psychologically you just are the one creating problems, and you have less and less time to defend. I mean, you're getting pressurized on the board as well as on the clock.
Yep.
You need to have some sort of an advantage somewhere. So yes, I think difficult for Savitha, definitely. Polina there, meanwhile, after losing that first round, must be very happy with her position.
Yeah, happy with the position, happy with the clock. Just no risk whatsoever for her. It's a dream type of position for a strong player. And I think that Polina very likely, unfortunately for the many Indian fans who are here in the audience and watching online, it does look like Savitha is in trouble. And I was going to say Vantika's game next. But yeah, Savitha does look like she's in some danger here.
Yeah, and one plan for white could be to simply push the pawns on the queen side, right? b4, a4 and b5, create a passer, and the pair of bishops will obviously help the passer promote. So tough task ahead for Savitha to defend this. Yeah, let's go to Vantika's game, Robert.
It looks like not too much has changed there by the pawn structure, but we see the move b5 played, and that's the sign of a bit of desperation. And not only is she desperate to free up the bishop, look at her clock. 2 minutes remaining, and sitting passively, I used the words lash out before, sitting passively is almost impossible in now essentially a blitz game for Anna, because you're like, okay, if I do nothing, my opponent must make this move and that move and make progress. So she plays b5, and I don't love the look of it at first glance, but I don't know if I want to take to open the a file. We just talked about in the Irina game against Humpy, if you take, sometimes that can open up a file which is useful for your opponent.
Yeah, this is a I mean, imagine for Vantika, she is world number 35 right now, to defeat former world champion in the second round of this tournament. She was talking about this yesterday as well, that I want to do better in this tournament than last year, and look at what a position she has. I mean, she has a great chance, and she would be really very happy. She's also someone I've noticed who is very, very solid, and she's someone who tends to keep her lead. You know, if she gets it, then she will. She doesn't get pressurized by the situation. She played for Board 1 for Team B, Indian women's team
Chennai,
at Chennai, and she did a great job. She scored an IM norm, and she was very close to a medal as well.
Such a strong player, and I think I like how you framed it, that once she has the advantage, she's very good at not losing that advantage, because some people, they get a little bit too greedy, they rush it, they then end up blundering. It doesn't seem like she's a player who blunders very often, and I mean, if she can win this game, that'd be marvelous for her chances. Now, the big question is, how does she manage the clock? She's up now just under 10 minutes. Does she start playing a little bit more quickly, because on a time trouble, they do get 10 seconds added per move, but it's a complicated position, so 2 minutes on the clock is not a lot of time.
Yeah, but the good part is that she doesn't have any attack on her king. Her king is safe. That's the main worry. If your king is unsafe, then it's already like you don't feel comfortable, even if you are 2 or 3 pawns up on the queen side, right? But here her king is safe. She doesn't have any targets as such that black is attacking, so she's very safe here. And I think Vantika is someone who's very good with this position, these kind of positions, and she feels it. I'm calling a win for her over here.
Okay,
being very brave there.
Yeah, not to put too much pressure on her. She can't hear us anyway. It's fine. But for Vantika, that would be a really tremendous result. But for Anna, who's the defending champion of the Rapid from a year ago here in Kolkata, she does not want to lose this game, not at all. And she's trying to gain space, and that means gain some counterplay for her. So should we come back to this game after?
Yes, let's look at Polina's game, because it seems like she played c4 and she's traded off that pawn, and now there is a bishop pair versus knight pair position on the board, which we didn't want at all as black.
You said knight pair. I think it's a nightmare. I mean, this position is just very unpleasant for black, although the big question is, how do you make progress for white? I think we'd love to get 2 moves in a row, a3 and b4, and suddenly we have a pass pawn running up the board. But if white plays a3, black may play a4, so that if you push the b pawn, then there's en passant, that rule that people love to complain about. So here, I think that black needs to find a move to start with.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure. Don't play rook b8. That would blunder a rook. But what moves even come to mind, really?
She has played a4. But I even don't like bishop d1. I think it's probably not a good move. But I was just wondering if we can do that.
Why not? You have so many choices here. Like, black has no actual threats. So, for example, this is how I like to think about it sometimes. If we gave black a free move, go. What is black's move?
Yeah, actually, because you can't move the d7 knight, it's protecting the c5 knight, and you can't bring your king to protect the c5 knight because of the wonderful bishop on g3. I mean, it's, as you called it, it's a nightmare. It is. And even
e5, I take it, because your knight is over. Like, you just don't really have moves as black. Maybe like an f6 or something, but then you loosen up the light square. So every move that I can see for black has some kind of drawback. I don't exactly know what white's plan should be. I like bishop d1. I like bishop e1.
Oh, that's nasty. Bishop
go for the
e1
pin.
and bishop b4. Actually, once you spot it, you want to play.
Yeah, because the bishop is very strong here or here. So I like the look of bishop e1. Sometimes you have to retreat first, then get advanced after that. But Paulina, she's also well on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think this is very, very tough for Savitha, as we've been discussing. Let's go to Irina's game. Not much happened here, Robert, because she did not play d5.
No, she's keeping the pawns as they are. She doesn't want to give away any squares. But both players, they're approaching time trouble in Irina Krush against Humpy Koneru. And, well, speaking of not having a plan, what is black's plan exactly? I feel frozen. I want to do something active, but my knight on b4, if I go back to c6, I lose this pawn on b5. So what do I actually do is the big question.
Well, it's a great question. Also, can I play g6 and bishop g7, or is it futile because you will anyway play bishop at 6?
G6 looks pretty reasonable. Maybe there's e5. That's the thing I'd be concerned about, because if the knight goes d5, I might have a knight e4 type of idea. Please take me here. I get this check with a fork, and it says that black is much better all of a sudden. Looks very messy to me.
So maybe g6 is actually weakening, and you don't want to create any weaknesses on the king side unless forced. But what else? I mean, I don't want to give up the a file and move my rook from the a file, play rook c8.
Oh, the more I think about it, though, I like g6. I mean, it just seems like a very reasonable try. Because white still needs to make a move. Maybe it's this d5 move instead. But I like then you have bishop g7 with the open diagonal.
I have a strange suggestion here. What about bishop to c6, forcing d5?
You're trying to...
Not forcing, but tempting you to play d5 and then go back. It's too much, no? I gave up too many moves.
Yeah, I feel like I'd be very happy to gain that move. Maybe knight g3 and bring the knight to f5. This bishop can go to d4. It's funny, this knight on b4, it looks very good, but it's stuck there.
Does nothing.
Yeah, it's stuck over there. And look at this beautiful pawn chain. Connect 4, we win.
So maybe, yeah, you're right. Actually, black's problem is she also doesn't have a plan, and we need to find a way to move the knight on b4, which is not easy. Can we give it up on d3, but then we lose a pawn after bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, and now maybe b4 and a5?
Well done. I mean, the engine seems to approve of it, that the knight has to go backwards, but where does it even go to? Like knight
d1 and knight b1 and
yeah,
knight d1 and knight f2 maybe, yes?
Yeah, I think even...
Just keeping everything together.
I like what you're saying, though. There's bishop a6, there's bishop c6 going after this weak pawn. That's a protected pass pawn on b4 with the bishop pair for... But I think from a practical perspective, this is an amazing try for Humpy. And I'm looking at her clock. She's down to 2 minutes now.
Sure. Yeah, I think she might find knight d3 if she doesn't find anything else. That's the point. I mean, we tried so many moves. Oh, she did it.
You called it. She didn't find anything else. She plays knight d3, and you see the evaluation bar. It didn't react, which means it's also the best move. So a great decision from Humpy in a position that looked complex. She was struggling to find other ideas. She gives up a pawn for the activity. And so I mean, I think that's something that a lot of top players, they love. They love activity, even if it gives a material in the process.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially in a faster time control game, it's not like Irina has too much time. I mean, she has more time than Humpy, but still it's only 5 minutes. So it is definitely a lot of pressure when your opponent is very active and creating threats all the time. Yeah, and especially with the bishop on b7 getting opened up, no?
I think it was a great choice, and Irina will have her calculation ahead of her. It's not going to be an easy decision to take that knight and give up the bishop pair or to do something else. So Irina, she knows that she has the lead on the clock, but that lead may shrink very, very quickly.
Great. So now we have only 3 games left, Robert. We just, for the viewers who are coming in, Harika drew against Nino, and Divya also drew against Wenjun in the second round. So we have Vantika playing against Anna still, Polina's playing against Savitha, Shri, and Irina plays against Humpy. Let's go to Vantika's game, Robert, because we didn't look at it and it's changed. F3, H4 happened as you called it. Oh my god, what is the knight doing on H7?
It got kicked back there, and I'm looking at the clock, under a minute for Anna Ushenina. And I mean, these is such a difficult position. This bishop attacks d6, this queen puts pressure on a5, this rook can go to b1 or stay on the c file. I'm not really sure what black is to do here, and if you're going to make a very committal decision, like say a g5 push, you've 35 seconds on your clock. So will you be able to live with the consequences? She brings her knight back to f8. I think we're going to see the advantage grow for white. It does go up. And why don't we just double rooks or something?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Just play simple chess.
White's plans are easily coming through. I mean, she doesn't have so many problems. And black has problems on the board and the clock. Will black play knight e6 and exchange one knight? Like, you know, just have more peace on the board?
but I might not trade for white. I say, when you think about how to trade pieces, the side with more space typically doesn't like trades unless it gets them something. So black is a bit cramped, especially with the knight being in the rook's path. I would consider just bringing my knight back to d3 after that as well, or saying I'll just go rook c3, rook c1, or rook b1. Let me just take over the queen side while you're focused in the center.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, knight on d3, rook on c3, rook b1, wonderful piece alignment, no? And the a5 pawn also will become very weak later. The d6 pawn might also become weak if we get a knight on b5, which is unlikely, but who knows?
Vantika plays it.
Yes.
Rook c3. I mean, I think it's just another nice move because it defends his e3 pawn as well, so the queen is free.
You have literally predicted all her moves in this game with f3, h4. Yes.
I normally would say that's a bad thing, but looking at her position right now, it's worked pretty nicely for her. And look at the clock. She's just crushing on the clock, her every single move with purpose, and on and down to about 15 seconds. And is that...
She plays g5, as you mentioned. She lashes out. It's desperation.
Yeah.
It's nothing else but desperation, and maybe she figures that she can defend it multiple times with the knight on e6, knight on h7, not much to worry about, but
And
okay, you need to calculate in these positions, and you don't have the time to do that.
Yeah, because if I move my knight, now I'm starting to go e4 at some point, just open up the entire board. White has a bishop pair and a safer king, and this pawn is under attack over here on g5. I think after knight there might be g4 to consider. I don't entirely know how to evaluate the position. It looks very complicated. It does look better for white, but black is getting activity.
Yeah, I expect her to now go full on world champion mode and just, attack, because she once you make a move like g5, you cannot play passively or solid anymore. You have to go for it. She will definitely go g4 also next move if white plays knight h3.
Yeah.
But white can also go to d3, or she does go knight h3. So g4 can be expected. What else?
But it
It
goes to show rook c3 was such a smart move.
Yes.
Because it defends the e3 pawn. So let's say g4, pawn takes, knight takes, if black wants to do that, and the evaluation bar going very high up.
Wow.
There's no threat on e3 anymore. So white can make any move that she wants. Maybe a rook f4, some kind of rook lift. There might even be better than that. Rook f5 comes to mind, hitting the pawn and going for a check. But g4 is played, and I think we're about to see, I think we could see a blunder by Anna in the next move. That move was fine, it says, but the king being open, it worries me so much.
Yeah, the bishop, we would love to pick it up and put it on g6.
Yes.
And, just defend the king with the bishop. But bishop is doing nothing on b7. It's also loose. It's also a loose piece there and could be attacked and dropped off. So, g4 there by Anna. Vantika taking her time. That's a very good sign that she doesn't play immediately.
And I think what I prefer when I'm playing speed chess is I like to make two moves in a row. So essentially, if I can make two moves without you moving, that would be the best. But essentially, if my opponent is going to play knight takes g4, I want to have my second move ready to put you back on the clock. And I think that Vantika, she is looking, do I take here right away? Do I move my knight somewhere in this position? She doesn't know what's best here, and she doesn't know what her follow-up will be. So she's trying to execute her plan to perfection.
Yeah. So, I think we can... Yeah, she has taken on g4. So, knight g4, as you mentioned, Robert, will be met with rook f4 or rook f5. We want to wait on this game and just see what does Vantika do. I also just want to mention that Humpy down to 19 seconds.
19.
Yes. 1-9 against Irina. So, good news for Irina fans. Not very much for Humpy's. Pawn is already on b3, but we will go back to that game. Pawn has knight to f4. Idea knight takes on d5. So queen g5 comes to mind, no?
Queen and played. So queen goes out to g5. There could be checkmate attacks if white isn't looking out for it. If you take on d6, queen h6 already hits the bishop and threatens this checkmate. So this is blunder territory. You have to be very careful if you're Vantika.
Yeah, and also rook c7 also comes to mind, but we need to consider if black can play rook to e3, attacks the bishop on a3 as well as the pawn on g3, and this looks very bad. So bishop f3, good move, defending the h2 square as well, right?
Yeah, and the knight retreats to f6. So white's pawn structure is better. Queen takes g3, that's now a threat. You couldn't take on d6, but now we're getting some trades. I think Anna playing very nicely in her time trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. So knight to f6. Oh my god, this is very, very risky for white, I would say. Let's have a quick look at Humpy's game and come back.
Let's do that, because Humpy has this passed pawn, and she just made a move that looks like after knight c3, bishop b. Is there any way she really played bishop b4 here?
Yes, she did, and she has very less time. The rook is the knight was pinned with the rook, so rook b1, good move by Irina, attacking the b3 pawn. And how do we save it as black? Bishop to c4 maybe.
She made that move
Queen
with
c8.
3 seconds on her clock. She gets 10 seconds for every move that she makes.
But it's a huge advantage for Irina now after rook b3, no? Or do you play bishop c4? I mean...
Yeah, there might be some tactics there.
Right.
I mean, you can even just take this bishop on b4, because I think black will take with the pawn, but then the knight moves away and b3 is kind of weak over there.
But why can't I take with the rook after knight b4?
I thought on e5, but maybe I'm wrong. I was thinking that, just to show quickly, that if you take here, e5, if your knight moves, say, to d7, then I go knight d5, hitting this rook and threatening the fork of king and queen. Something like this, yeah.
Nice tactic. So black has to watch out, but she doesn't have much time. She needs to think in Irina's time. So the more Irina thinks, it's also good for Humpy because she gets to think in her time. But if Irina finds the best move, then not that good for her. But Irina also has only 1 minute left.
Yeah.
I would really be tempted to play rook b3 unless bishop c4 works.
I think it does. So rook b3, bishop c4, because now your rook's under attack, and if it moves somewhere,
and
I take this,
right.
and your knight on c3 is hanging twice.
So that's why knight b4 is the best move, which Irina does fine.
I think.
Oh my gosh, she
we're
played
gonna
rook
see it.
b4.
And I think what Humpy missed from a distance, and it's much easier to see when the eval bar goes up and where the position is e5. Let's say the knight goes to e8, knight d5, rook b7, rook takes b3. Yeah, distraction tactic. The rook needs to stay in line with the e7 square, otherwise there's a fork. So if rook takes b3, there's knight e7 check, winning the queen, and that's too much material. So I think that's what Humpy missed from a distance.
Oh, that's a fancy tactic. Very easy to miss
for
from
both
a
players.
distance.
For
Yes.
both, I think even right now, there's no guarantee Irina will play e5, because if you don't follow up with knight d5 and see this tactic, e5 is a bad move. It gives away all the light squares.
Yeah, absolutely. And Irina also down to 24 seconds, Robert. Not an easy position. Let's stick to this particular move and see if Irina finds e5 or not, and we can switch back to Vantika's game. I'll have a quick look at how Savitha is doing.
Irina's really low on the clock right now.
Oh, she does play
she plays d5.
Maybe the wrong pawn.
Yeah, it was so easy to miss that. Like to see knight d5, rook takes b3. It's this 1-2 combo, and from a far away, it's not easy. But look at this! All of a sudden, black's pieces are coming into play here. I could see Humpy even winning this game. Irina has no time left.
Yeah, this was a big chance, but also the d pawn is not to be feared, because you can always go back knight d7, but then you also allow knight d5. So.
Right.
White has some chances, but e5 would have been like the best one.
Yeah, and this is just anyone's game at this point. I think both sides have chances to win. Rook d8, very natural looking move. The eval bar will probably start swinging back and forth a little bit, just because inaccuracies happen in time trouble. And e5 by Irina.
Wow.
And now knight d7 looks pretty forced to my eyes. And is there anything happening in the other two games? Or?
Yeah, I mean, Vantika's game is completely in her favor right now. She managed to trade queens.
Okay, so let's quickly go over to Vantika.
And is winning an exchange.
Oh, wow.
So the rook on a6 was attacked and the bishop on c6. So black's last move was rook e to a8 and gave up the exchange. But this is completely winning for white. And definitely Vantika will convert this. She also has more time on the clock with a minute extra.
Very nice play from Vantika.
Yeah.
So if she can win this game, she moves up to 1.5 out of 2. She'd be tied for the lead.
Yeah.
And so we'll come back to this game as well. I just want to quickly look at Paulina and Savitha, because in this game, how is there a knight on h1? How did they get there? Oh, because if you try to trap it, there's knight f4 check, so it's playing a little bit for tricks, but white has the bishop pair, some pass pawns are about to happen, active rook. I think that Paulina is well on her way to winning this game.
Yeah, king e1 looks quite like a safe move, or even, yeah, king e1 looks quite safe there. So, and white has too many things to play for. Also, the king is weak.
Yeah.
Yes. So, let's go to Irina's game, because that was so... Oh my god, she's completely winning now with the pawns on d6 and e5. f6 a good move, but f4.
Yeah.
And the pawn chain cannot be attacked anymore. Maybe
nope.
g5, g3.
Keep protecting them, and then you'll just keep taking, and now white is up 2 full pawns. So for Humpy, yeah, this is not the way she wanted this game to go, but for Irina, this would be an amazing victory over the India's #1 woman.
Yeah, a huge turnaround. I mean, it was a very topsy-turvy game, and the time played the biggest role in this game more than the pieces.
And for both players, right? Like
yes.
Irina missed that tactic,
yes.
But Humpy just didn't have enough time to calculate things. And that bishop b4 move that we tuned in right at that moment, that's something that Humpy will regret, because she actually had the advantage according to the engines.
So king f7, and it just looks so bad for Humpy with 2 pawns down and nothing much to compensate for it. Let's do you want to go to Savitha's game and have a look, because it might end. By the way, Savitha has created a mating net around white's king.
Okay.
There's h4 and rook knight f4 and rook h1. I just don't know if she has enough time for it, because there's rook d7 coming in.
But that's something that's like very easy to fall into. She was rook ah. Wait, where's the king? Oh, c7 and then rook c8, winning the rook.
That's.
I didn't see that. I was looking at where's the win, because rook d7 check would have scooped up a piece. But this is just classy by Paulina, and that's game over. Paulina Shuvalova loses the first game, but wins the second game. She's back to an even score.
Yeah, great game by Paulina. We were following it quite a bit, and tough round for Savitha there. Let's go back to Vantika's game.
Okay.
Who is also okay. Then it seems, this seems so much. A4 pawn she doesn't care about. Yes.
No.
I was just wondering, because you can always take knight d5 and rook c4. So knight to e4, but I mean it's not that clear. No, knight coming to d2. You are up an exchange, but rook. I think the problem is the rook on a6 is also quite stuck. But if you manage to bring it out,
yeah, if you get the rook somewhere over here, but also black's king might get checkmated. It's like one of these things where I really believe both sides have their chances here, because if white doesn't find the exact way to deliver the knockout, suddenly black has a lot of counterplay, and they're both in time trouble. And I'm just going to look. Did Irina officially win yet? No, she has not won the game, but she is up a full bishop against Humpy. So Irina will win this game. I'm not really concerned about her conversion chances. Very simple for her, but this game is not simple.
Yeah, I think rook g1 is a huge threat in this position. You will have to play f6, but then the f6 pawn is also weak, and I can also play knight e6 and take on g5. This game is too complex to be played under 20 seconds.
Yeah, and it looks like the DGT board might have got stuck there, because I see moves have been made just by the players on screen playing very, very quickly at this moment. Oh, and a win. It's a win for Vantika.
It's a win for Vantika.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Oh, yes. I mean, yes. I just wanted to confirm who won, but Anna's body language gives it away.
Yeah.
And she looks quite dejected, but great for Vantika.
And there the moves started coming in. A little bit of delay, but we see that the white rook activates to the H file, and this king is also almost in a mating net, and this rook hasn't moved. Feels like black was completely stuck. So Vantika does get the victory over Anna Ushenina, the champion of last year.
Yeah, absolutely, and also former world champion. I mean, huge confidence booster there for Vantika. Not so much for Anna. She's had a very slow start this year. Hope she picks it up.
Yeah, well, there's one more game today for her to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And it looks like Irina and Humpy are still playing I don't know if we're now getting updates on the board, but she's completely winning for.
Oh, Humpy has resigned.
Yeah.
So big win for Irina as well, and she looked in great spirits before the tournament started as well, and now also she must be very, very proud of the game. The game was very tensed. It could have gone anybody's way.
Yeah, for a while there was some passed pawn for black, but then white had the good center, so both sides had their chances. But when all is said and done, Irina was the winner, and she moves to 1 after the 2. So there's a big tie at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what I really thought worked in Irina's favor in this game was she was extremely patient. She did not push e5 or d5 very early, but only in time pressure, and that probably worked in her favor because black also needs to calculate some lines. We will be... Okay, so these are the results for the day. Irina won against Humpy, Shuvalova against Savitha, and Vantika against Anna. So, there are some changes at the top. We'll be back for round 3 in a bit.
Yeah, so stay tuned. We'll be back very shortly.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a wonderful sight of the tournament hall there, Robert. And also it's flooding in Calcutta.
Yeah, usually the audience would be there very happy, cheering players after they win.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, there's flooding here, so everybody is taking the precautions, and we hope to see more people over the weekend.
Absolutely. It's a great tournament, and it's a great opportunity for the fans to come visit chess tournament, an elite level chess tournament with a prize fund of $41,500.
So that's about 35 lakh.
Okay, you put me on a spot there. Yeah, I mean around. Yes, you're right. It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a huge prize fund, and of course the Open and the women have the same prize fund. That's pretty novel in the chess world, and the players are super enthusiastic about it.
Yeah.
It's always fun. Once the clocks start, they're just so focused on the chess. But at the opening ceremony, that was the topic of conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all the players were particularly happy about the equal prize fund, and so were the Tatas. I mean, they made it a point to say it aloud, and they were the players are already seated. I think the games will start any time. So
Did you see on the back? It said the rules and regulations, on the screen.
It's a little late for that. Better late than never.
Or it's a passive-aggressive way to remind some fans to, make sure their phones are off, to behave. Of course, the fans here are very eager. And there's so many people. I remember when I was in Mumbai last year for the death match between Anish and Vidit, just the amount of fans who came through at the Olympiad. These are very well-renowned players. And we see Paulina Shuvalova with the black piece against Anna Ushenina. Anna had a bad game 2. Paulina had a very good game 2. So players in opposite directions right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We have 4 leaders in the tournament: Nino Batsiashvili, Divya Deshmukh, Vantika Agrawal, and Irina Krush on 1.5 points. Nobody's on the full score yet. And we have Wenjun, Shuvalova, and Dronavali. Wenjun and Polina only on 1, and Harika, Savitha, Shri, Anna, Ushenina, and Humpy on 0.5, looking to end their day on a good note.
Yeah, because that can make all the difference. You win that third game, you head into tomorrow with some more optimism and confidence. And I think, we see Humpy against Vantika there on screen. We also will note that there's a matchup of leaders. Nino Batsiashvili is taking on Divya Deshmukh, and these two players, both with 1.5 at 2, they won their first game, and here into the third round. Nino with the white pieces, that could be dangerous for Divya, but you've made this comment to me multiple times now. Divya almost plays better with black.
That's my feeling. I mean, she's a very, very strong chess player from both sides, but I just feel like she is not one of them who prefers the white pieces, and you can always count on her as black in a team tournament, give her black and she'll be fine. So yeah, it's great. Now we have not a Ragozin but a QGD on the board, and C5 by Divya. Divya again is also one of those players who's very unpredictable, so it's very difficult to prepare against her because she keeps changing her openings. In one of the last tournaments that I played, where she also played in the national championship, she played E5, C5, C6, E6, everything with black. So yeah, but it's good that this is only a rapid game, so Nino probably didn't even prepare because it's the third round.
Yeah.
Do you think the players prepare for all the rounds, or only just go through the games? What do you think is their style?
It's a bit difficult to prepare because they do have their, the lounge area here.
Yeah.
But you might also see your opponent right across the way, so it can be a bit awkward.
And they might peep into your phone and what if they're standing right behind you?
I think, in general, you need to be mentally fresh. 3 games in a row. And for Nino, she had a pretty quick second game. Same to Divya. Maybe they did have time to prepare. But in general, I think that they're just relying on their pre-tournament preparation, especially when we get to the Blitz. Then there's not going to be really any preparation on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely. And also Nino and Divya have had haven't got much time to prepare for the tournament. Nino was playing in Düsseldorf and Divya was invited last minute. So both of them here very fresh, and we'll see what happens on the board. Now it's turned into a QGA sort of position with the pawns being traded on the D and C files. Can we have a look at the other leaders of the tournament, how they are doing? Irina Krush playing against Wenjun.
Let's look at that game. And actually, I will remind people a bit of the game we just looked at, but no C5 yet. That is the plan that Irina is likely to go for. But we see once more the bishop outside the pawn chain. So you asked about preparation. If Wenjun, she finished her game early in round 2, if she had time to look at this, she would have noted, wait, Irina put a bishop outside the pawn chain in the first round. Maybe I can prepare against that. And right now, Wenjun has as much time as she started with. She's put her pawn on b3. She's readying herself. If you play c5, my bishop will get to b2 and we'll have an open diagonal.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yes. Actually, and you don't even need to go back to e2 like Anna did, because the pawn hasn't come to b5. There is no need to play bishop e2. We wait for black to create some weaknesses on the queen side that we can attack later.
Yeah, it's such a nice way to prepare for your opponent's main plan. And if Irina cannot play c5, she has no activity, right? She'll play knight d7, bishop e7, bishop d6, one of these moves, castle. But even when you do all that, eventually you have to play c5. So the bishop on b2, it's preventative. I really like the way that Wenjun has handled the opening. It's early stages, but I have to say the fact that Irina is the one thinking this early is a good sign for the women's world champion.
Oh, that's fantastic. So let's have a look at Vantika. Vantika is playing against Humpy with the black pieces. Someone I'm sure she has looked up to, and now her idol has become her rival.
They say, right, never meet your idols, but they don't say never beat your idols. So I think here Vantika would love to win this game with the black pieces. And for Humpy, I think what's important, and she's so experienced, I'm not too worried about her in this regard, but sometimes when people lose, they immediately want to win. Because they feel like, oh no, I can't have a minus score. I need to play for a result. And as we zoom in here, it looks like the players, they're not focused on anything but what's happening in front of them. It's not about the tournament standing. Let me handle each and every move.
Yeah. Humpy, as you said, is very experienced. She's also very calm. She's not one of those players who panics, gets very desperate. I know that one of the techniques she uses during a game to keep herself calm is a breathing technique. Like she just tries to, so that she can keep her composure, whether in time pressure or not, and that really helps. So Vantika, as well as I mentioned, is very solid. She's actually it's very uncharacteristic for an Indian player to be a solid player as opposed to a tactical one. The tactical ones are always, like Indians, that means tactics, usually, right? Like, at least that's what I have observed. They love to play the middle game and, just play with knights more than bishops, But Vantika is an exception to that rule, you can say. She loves positional chess and goes for all kinds of positional openings as well.
Remind me, who is Vantika's coach, or do we not?
I don't have much
Oh,
information.
so,
It's probably a secret.
But that's good, right? Because when you know somebody's trainer or their second, then you can prepare for them a little bit more broadly. Here, it seems if you don't know who she's working with, that can help play to her advantage in preparation. But I think she's a very solid player, as you mentioned. She's created a pawn chain for herself, very safe setup. But now she's probably thinking, do I bring my bishop out? And why did my opponent play h3? Is Humpy going to play g4 after the bishop goes out to f5, and is that okay for black?
Oh, that's a great point. Yes, actually h3 is so untypical.
Yeah.
So yes, g4 must be the point. What else? I mean, why would you play h3 with your bishop on f1? It's still not out, and black didn't even play h6 to threaten anything. So yeah, g4 is the point, I guess.
Yeah, there's some times where you play e3 and then they play knight h5, and they're kind of annoying against this bishop. So I think it prevents that as well. But I'm just curious, can it be a move with two purposes? Just like I stop you from winning my bishop, and I'll play g4 at a moment's notice. And she wants to win. We know she wants to win. She just lost in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will come back to this game after having a look at the other games. Maybe Harika's board. Harika is playing Savitha Shri. Harika again has had a tough tournament so far. She lost the first round, drew the second, so must be looking to come back against Savitha, who's also had a difficult game, right?
Yeah, she lost the second game there against Polina.
Yeah.
And for Harika, it's her first time with the black pieces. She started with 2 white games. She would have hoped to have 1.5 out of 2. So she only has half out of 2. And this game, it's a setup with 0 trades. Not a single piece has been traded thus far. And there's a fianchetto bishop for black on this diagonal. So white almost certainly not going to play d4. You don't want to open up this bishop. You actually want to keep it passive. The bishop on b3 looks good. Its eyes towards the black king side, and white has gained space on the queen side. But Soumya, this is a game of maneuvering, right? There's not much in the way of open space. Do you think that Harika benefits from this type of play, or is Savitha right at home?
Oh, definitely Harika benefits a lot because first of all, I think she managed to sort of play something unusual in the Royal Lopez. You know, your bishop is usually on e7 or c5. Here you got the bishop on g6. Of course, it's a setup that many people take, but still you don't completely expect it.
Yeah.
So you're a little surprised as white, and then black's plan is quite clear to play on the king side. So just maybe king h8, queen e8, knight h5, g5, f5. It's
all of them.
It's not that hard to find a plan with black, but with white, I mean, basically in the Royal Lopez we have the d4 break and the b4 idea. So here she has already made her choice and she has to go with it. So I think I would say it's a little bit in Harika's favor.
I agree. I think black has that plan that you mentioned. King move, eventually move the knight, play f5, play like the king's Indian. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
And white, normally king's Indian, has a pawn on d5 and then pushes these pawns at the board.
Yeah.
But white has less space, less control with the pawns. So white is perfectly fine here. I just don't see an easy plan, and Harika's way more experienced, so I do like her chances.
Nice. And then let's go to... we did cover all the games. So maybe... No, we did. We have to yet have a look at Anna's game against Polina.
Okay.
So Anna Ushenina again had a difficult round in round 2, but Polina on the other hand with a great win. So let's have a look at what they're doing here. Catalan.
Yeah.
So she's opted for the Catalan, and with a4, a5, knight a3 and e6. Okay.
Well, yeah, let's just go from the beginning because we're still pretty early in the game. But we had a Catalan, and after g3, it's a Catalan decline. No capture on c4. And a lot of people say, why would you bring your bishop out just to move it back? It's because this bishop sometimes is misplaced on d2. The knight would prefer to be on that square. So it's not really a loss of a tempo in the traditional way. And then black just plays super solidly with a5 and then c6. And I have to say, I don't really like the pawn on a4. She did it so she could play knight a3 and have the rook protecting. But I do wish my pawn was back here.
Yes, but it's very unusual. As you said, the knight is usually on d2 or maybe c3, and the bishop comes to b2 or f4, one of the two squares. But this is now white will never get b4 as comfortably as she wants. Black is fine. Black has nothing much to complain about. She'll play b6 as well, right? b6 and bring the bishop to b7 or a6.
Looks perfectly reasonable. I like the look of that. Also, we could play like a stone wall, like knight e4, f5. Sometimes they play g5, and that's very much in Polina's style. She's an aggressive player. She can be a bit streaky, like she wins often. And knight e4 is step one, but I think she's a very ambitious player, and I have a lot of respect for her game. She's played in so many tournaments over the last couple of years, and she's just trying to go for it. I think she senses that maybe Anna, after game 2, which she lost, maybe she realized that Anna's not in the best shape at the moment, and so if she can get a win, she would start with the loss and then win 2 in a row. That puts her in good shape for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. Knight e4, as you pointed out, with f5 coming in, makes a lot of sense. What do you think could be White's plan here? Because, the knight on a3 looks misplaced. I'm not sure where did she want to go with the knight. I mean, what was the idea? Maybe she wants to take on d5 and, if black captures with the c pawn, we get the b5 square. But
I love how you said that, because like if black takes with the c pawn, knowing full well that black is
exactly.
No, but that's very instructive to our viewers. Is that it's all, not about winning material. It's often about squares, and the knight would love to go to b5, but just to take this back a step, if we take on d5. Somebody's like, yeah, we're going to take with this pawn because that keeps this knight as a very bad piece. Can't go to c4 because of this pawn. Can't go to b5 because of the c6 pawn. Oops, sorry, my arrow is off. And so that means the knight is a passive piece. So I think that we both like black's position. I'm getting the sense that you like the active plans that, that can happen here. I would start with f5 and then figure out how many pawns I really want to push.
It's definitely dangerous. I would love to bring the f3 knight to d3 so that I have some control over the f4 square, but then I wanted the a3 knight to be on d3. So now what does the a3 knight do?
Knight c2, knight e1. It takes so long to do that.
Yeah, exactly. And with the knight being on f3, g5, g4 comes with a tempo, so it's very awkward for white.
Yeah, I like the way Polina's playing. I also like her clock. She's up 9 minutes against Anna, who's spent quite a bit of time trying to figure out how to play this. So we'll come back to this game for sure. Should we check in on some of our other matchups?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Wenjun's game, because Wenjun has taken DC. Maybe we have a quick look at that position and then go to Harika's board.
Okay, so you said the last move, pawn takes c5, that was played, offering a queen trade, and this is one of those difficult moments. I think most people would say, I don't want my king to be in the center, so let me trade on d1. But this open file is very important, and this does remind me of some of the analysis we did earlier today, that if black just takes on c5, g4, as we talked about, bishop g6, and maybe knight to e5, give me the bishop pair. We saw what Polina did with the pair of bishops. Why not do it in this setup? It just looks really nice for white.
Yeah, the absolute same idea. Yeah. But I was wondering if black can quietly insert bishop f3 instead of bishop c5. Does that make sense if we are anyway going to give up the bishop pair?
Yeah, I think it does make perfect sense, but white is still better. So it's the same bishop pair. Also, white can play f4 and f5 at some point to try to use this diagonal or bring the bishop back to f3. So this might be a better version, but white is still better. We love our bishop pairs.
Absolutely, in an open position especially, and white will have the targets to attack. Let's go to Harika's game, because she has played king h8 and knight h5 that we discussed. So I really am curious as to how Savitha will react to it. She's brought her knight to c4, makes sense, and maybe now b5.
Yeah, if you can get b5 at the right moment, of course not yet, because this rook is loose here. But but actually that rook a2 is a very common move, to play b5 and to defend the king side if anything happens. So if white sees f5 on the board, then b5 is played. So you are attacking, and I put that in quotes because it's not a checkmating attack, but you attack on the queen side while your opponent attacks on the king side. It's really like a King's Indian.
Yeah, absolutely like a King's Indian, and just that we didn't get the d4, d5 idea, as you pointed out. So the center is in fact open. So I don't know whose favor that works in, because usually they say because white has played d4 and d5, the center is closed, so we can attack freely. But now the bishop on b3 is open. On the other hand, only the bishop is active. What about white's other pieces?
Yeah, no, it's a really important trade-off. And whoa, instead of this rook a2, d4 played. So does that give up this b pawn in some positions? Like pawn takes, are you really going to take with the knight?
Yeah,
I
don't
guess
see
so.
another move. Because, yeah, how can you give up the b pawn? I mean, that was the
Nah.
pride of your position. You
Yeah.
wanted to play b5.
Just to show everybody what we're talking about, you give up this b4 pawn. It says that White is doing okay, but I think from a practical perspective, nobody's happy about this. Maybe objectively, White's all right, but I think we all feel that Black is better.
Yeah, and it's not even like the knight will. I mean, actually, you can't even play d5. You can always. But let's say d5 was possible. Even then, we go a5 and knight a6.
Yep.
So the knight will always be comfortable on b4.
It's the type of move you only play when you see the evaluation bar says it's not a problem.
I'm
but
so surprised.
Yeah, nobody really volunteers that unless you have extreme familiarity with the position. I think after pawn takes, knight takes is more likely because if you take with a knight, well, now I can safely take back. You're not attacking my pawn. And if you get greedy, you're just going to lose the game.
Yeah.
Because your king is wide open.
Yeah, this is an absolute disaster. The bishop on g7. You never give that
No.
away unless you win a queen for it.
And even then, I'm not so sure. No, the bishop is the pride and joy of the position. So I think what Harika's really calculating, do I take here, which looks very nice to my eyes, because after knight takes, just play a move like rook e8. Just go for the open file. Looks very, or queen e7, something like that. But I think she's also considering, do I play f5? Ooh, that's not f5. That's f6. There's f5, and get really adventurous and go for an attack.
Yeah, f5 also looks great because, okay, so what, white got d4, now d5, okay, I'm totally fine with it. And e5 is not hanging either, right, because we take on e4 first. So this is totally in black's favor, and then we simply pick up another pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like f5 as well as e takes, but I get why she played d4. Like, I'm just trying to understand that after e takes, we take with the knight, and now black can't play f5 because of the knight be hanging on h5, and she simply wants Harika to take some time to think. You know, she's playing really fast, and it feels like black's moves were so natural. She goes bishop g4.
Yeah, I see exactly what she's going for. You said, so she didn't actually listen, they can't hear us, but if d5, black is happy to close the center. It becomes like a King's Indian. You move your knight away, and if white says, let me go after your bishop, you move your bishop back, and then you play f5 without the center opening.
Right.
So she's playing in the style of a King's Indian defense, which is used at the highest level, at this grandmaster level of Harika. You play for a win with black, you play a very ambitious chess. I think this is working out well if Savitha was to play d5. I don't think she wants to play d5. I think she would rather try to trade queens or something like that. Please get those off the board.
Yeah, I also expect her to go DE because then she doesn't need to worry about the attack on her king. I mean, that's what she wanted with d4 in the first place.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm expecting her to take on e5 because I don't see any other move as well.
You know what I would love as a response, though? Pawn e5, f5.
Wow.
Yeah, this looks just very fierce.
Brutal.
You just go right for the attack against this pinned knight. And if you take en passant, which looks like it wins a pawn, after queen takes f6, c3 is loose, f3 is loose. This is the type of position that in speed chess, you're like, please give me this with black. This isn't quite speed chess, it's rapid chess, but I think f5 would be cool.
f5 would be the move of the tournament if she plays it. I mean, it's such a cool move to make. The e5 pawn can be taken with 3 pieces, one pawn and 2 pieces, but you instead go f5 and you allow en passant.
Yeah?
And you just say, I'm good, whether you take my pawn or not.
You know, when you have an attack, the pawn quantity doesn't often matter, like as long as you can be very direct. So I'm giving up this pawn in the center because what I definitely don't want to take on e5 and get this. You already see the evaluation bar go up in white's favor because the idea of a queen trade is very valuable to white to get rid of the attacking chances. And, well, f5 doesn't look nearly as pleasant with the position open. That could actually get the black king in some danger as well.
Yeah, it's a wonderful move to play. If she doesn't find f5 though, she can still take with the knight, right? I mean, I'm just wondering if we can do that.
Yeah.
And then we take it back with the bishop when white takes.
But h6 is loose.
Oops.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
If that king were on h7, she put her king on h8, then that would have been defended. But some of the other tactics wouldn't have been possible. But yeah, this is a hanging pawn over here.
This is a very important pawn that we don't want to give up. So yeah, she has to find f5 or else be okay to play the end game. We will actually come back to this game quickly. Let's have a look at Ushenina's game against Shuvalova, because she has pushed her pawns on the king side. This looks like war.
I think it looks great, right? And
Yeah.
I do like your idea. We were half joking, but knight a3 to c2, knight to e1, bring the knight to d3. You need to control these important squares, namely e5 and also the f4 break. So do you think Anna will play knight e1? Looking at her clock as well. She's down under 10 minutes.
But knight e1, doesn't it be like you go knight e5 for g4? I'm just wondering.
No, I might move my knight back. Just to d2.
And
yeah.
to d2, right.
And then
Okay.
now you've given me all these dark squares to work with.
Yeah, and f4 will also be met with the bishop going back. No, you want to take, right?
No, tough call, but I think I'll just go back.
But then g4?
Yeah, I think at some point you just can't go any further. You know,
Right.
you've put all your pawns forward, but now if we get this position, f4 is loose. If you take, I just take back, and now your king is pretty exposed, and white's king is very safe, and this knight still will get out to d3.
Wow, this is very risky, because I mean for white as well, no,
Yeah.
with the bishop coming to c5 and
And this queen could somehow get over
yeah,
here.
I mean knight g3 in the air, but it doesn't work because we always have bishop e3 or e3, pawn to e3 after bishop c5, and also queen takes g3. So this is okay.
Yeah, but
White is okay.
she played knight d1, so this is your
Wow.
plan. You said it before, like get a knight to d3. You wanted this knight to get to d3. She
Yeah.
listened. She says okay, but I really don't like her clock. Look at White's clock, down 8 minutes and 47 seconds. And if I'm Paulina, I'm not rushing this move. I'm not rushing this move. There's no reason to do that. Let's just try to improve our position. Maybe it's bishop d6, kind of hinting at f4 at some moment. h5 is not out of the question, though maybe a little too ambitious.
h5 I like. h5 is so tempting. h5, h4.
Yeah.
Attack the pawn on g3. Yeah. And what else? What does... I think knight f6 or knight g4 is also possible.
Oh, yeah, if we could get that.
But then we give up the g5 pawn. No, that's not... We don't want to blunder.
Maybe queen e8 and slide the queen out
Yeah.
over as well.
Queen
There's so
e8
many
is right.
options for
Yeah.
black.
Queen e8, queen h5, rook f6, rook
Oh,
h6.
you're just going for the brute force method. Let's just go for
I
checkmate.
mean that's just one idea. I think black will be enjoying this position. White is suffering a bit, but knight e1, knight d3, knight e5 does give her counterplay. And if she manages to exchange this knight on e4, it will be an achievement.
Yes.
So I think white just needs to keep calm and tell black, okay, you bring on whatever you have and I'll defend.
But easier to keep calm when you have a bunch of time. Now that you're under 9 minutes, I feel like Ushenina will have to be worried about making these quick moves. And this attack, I think they say the threat is stronger than the execution. I think f4 would be too soon. Like I don't think you should play that move until you're absolutely ready.
Yeah, f4 is very, very committal. It also opens the g file for white. King h1 and rook g1. So we always need to be careful about such moves when our king is also on the king's side. Yeah, let's go to Humpy's game because she has gone for the plan you mentioned.
Well, I think I had a big hint. There was the pawn on h3, and if we see what happened in this game, the bishop did go out to f5, and she played e3, and then played g4 with tempo, and then played bishop d3. So she could have played bishop d3 right away, but she's saying, my king is about to dart this way, and I will play with the hook. You mentioned the hook in the previous game. This looks pretty nice for white.
Yeah, absolutely. And also I think it's a very strong psychological decision, like to just carry your opponent a bit. I mean, why not play g4 when you can do it? Anyway, you want to castle long. And okay, if black wants to castle long herself, it's fine. g4 is still not a weakness.
Not at all.
Yeah.
There's no drawback. Your king's not exposed. There's no diagonal that you've weakened. White has all of the control in the center, especially the e5 square. And white is ahead in development. 3 minor pieces to 2 for black, and then the queen is out in a good way. I prefer white's position. We see the eval bar saying just slightly better for white, but I think it's not just about the dynamics right now. It's about whose game will be easier to play, and white does have more control.
Yeah, definitely. And also it's not a very familiar position. So black will have to take certain decisions, and she's not sure if they're right.
Right. Like, for example, b5. That's one of those big questions. Is it a weakness on c6, or is it an attack, especially if the king goes to the queen side?
Yeah, definitely got her task cut out, Vantika, in this game. Let's go to Wenjun's game with Harika. They have... Wenjun's game with Irina, and they have again reached this end game with the pair of bishops for white.
Yeah.
So we like it for white, but now bishop d2 is a threat, or not? Not really, yeah? We don't mind.
It does trade off a lot of pieces, so even if it doesn't win material, it can be useful. Or b5 at some point. Let's just trade things off. Let's say white makes some random move like king f1. I do like b5, and I think to your point that once you take on c1, the bishop has to take back, because if the rook takes, the knight is loose, and if the bishop takes, rook c8, give me that open file. Black is no worse here.
Yeah, this is looking good. So maybe black is not as much worse as in the Polina game against Savitha, which was also a QGA in the previous round. But white is still the one. I mean, I think it's a position where you play for two results as white.
The only way you lose is if you just blunder everything.
Yeah.
And here in this position, Wenjun's also up 6.5 minutes, or almost 7 minutes. So she's doing really well on the clock. No risk whatsoever. She can make a simple move, knight f3, for example. And this bishop on b2 is a monster. The bishop on c4, that's the problem. Where should this go? I feel like it should be here.
Do we play a4 and prevent b5 once and for all?
Well, that's an interesting choice. It prevents b5, but it also maybe allows this bishop to stay on b4 forever. It's a trade-off, and I think it's a reasonable choice for sure. I think if you tell me to make a move, I want to play here. Can you let me do that? Like, just let me put my bishop on f3, and then white is not just a little better, like significantly better.
Yes, absolutely. It also like controls the d5 square, which can be occupied with the knight. Yeah, I'm just curious. I just want to wait here for a second and see if Wenjun does play a4 or not, because it's a decision to take.
Huge decision.
Yes, and what else can we do here? Can we play rook to c2? Doesn't work because of b5, bishop d3 takes, bishop takes, and then again rook to c8.
Yeah, that's definitely at least equality for black, just to put in the board. You want to double your rook so badly, but in a position like this, trade rook c8, and black has everything you could ask for. So this is not the way to maximize your advantage. That's the thing about this top-level chess, right? It's like, okay, the engine says 0.35. And you're like, well, that doesn't sound like very much, but it's about getting that nagging advantage and making your opponent find difficult choices. And what about a3, for example? If this bishop takes, do we get a favorable endgame for white, or is black once again just playing b5, trading, and rook c8? I think from a distance that looks very good for white.
Yeah.
But I think it's enough of initiative for black to claim equality.
Yeah, and also black gets so many moves with tempo, with rook c8, knight c5, attacking b3, attacking d3, then knight e4 perhaps.
Yeah.
So it's too many tempi for black, but maybe we can even afford that. Our position is so solid, and we have the pair of bishops which are so beautifully placed. We can even afford to give black all these moves. It brings me to this interview that I saw of Krishna, who was seconding Wenjun in the World Championship match, and he mentioned that one of Wenjun's biggest strengths is her endgame. And here we have an endgame on the board where Wenjun might have a small advantage. I'm curious to see if she can convert it or not.
Yeah, I think she can. I think she's that powerful of a player, and I take Hari's word for it. He worked with her, trained her for the World Championship match, and she won it. So I think that his words mean a lot in this situation, and I think that knight f3 would just keep more pieces on the board and keep her chances alive.
Great. So we'll come back here. Let's have a look at Savitha versus Harika, which is the Indian matchup of the round. The queens got traded. Oh, so she took on e5 with the pawn and did not find f5.
I think Harika, she's been playing for a win with the initiative, but this is not good. Like, you see the eval bar saying white is much better. Simple moves like rook d7 attacking this pawn and attacking that pawn. You can take on f4 if you just want to avoid losing. We get this position, and white should never really be in any danger. Rook d3, for example, and it's essentially a kind of draw offer, though I don't think it's completely drawn. Like, the game should not be over, but it was opposite colored bishops. But this is a moment for Savitha to be like, wait a second, why should I be afraid at all? Is knight e2 check? Is that going to win this pawn? Maybe, but rook d7 hits c7, hits f7, so black has things to look out for as well.
Oh, rook d7 is a classy move. I mean, I was thinking only about bishop f4, worried about the fact that knight e2 and knight h3 both are possible, but who cares? I mean, we are getting the f7 pawn, c7 pawn, so why not?
Just to say, like, if you attack the knight goes back, just start taking stuff. Maybe bishop takes f7 is good. I could take on f4 at some moment. If I'm ever really scared, I can go to opposite colored bishops, but for now I want to use my rook as a monlower and just, take everything down here.
Yeah, wonderful. I think difficult for Harika, but if Savitha plays bishop takes f4, which is also possible, then Harika would have good drawing chances. That's what we can conclude.
Yes.
Because even though the d file is in white's hands right now, we can go bishop f6, king g7 and rook d8 and trade off some pieces.
Yeah, just this kind of position with rook d7, bishop takes pawn, rook c1 I think is a possibility, but the bishop comes back to e5 and you take f7. This is equality.
Yeah, not a draw but equal,
Yeah.
as we often mentioned.
A level game.
Yes. Do you want to look at Anna's game against? Oh, let's first look at Nino's game versus Divya, and then we go to Anna's game.
Okay. Whoa.
Because it's changed quite a bit since we last visited it, and
I'm just looking. What is happening over here? This looks scary for
the
black.
bishop as well.
Oh yeah, sorry. Let me highlight that in green. That's a great bishop over here, and there are many pieces in a row. So how can I remove them in a good way for white?
The knight on b8 is sort of stuck.
Yeah.
It can't come to d7 or c6. Oh my god. I feel sorry for him or her because Divya must have moved it to d7, I believe. Oh no, she never moved it. It's there since move 1.
Yeah, she went rook a7, the rook into c7. She has never moved this knight.
Oh wow.
So we see her on screen, and Nino, I mean, she knows that this is her chance to take the lead in the tournament.
Yeah, this is so difficult. I mean, with the knight stuck on b8, even though it is doing a function, it has a function of defending the a6 pawn, so it's not completely bad there. What are white's plans? I would love to get my rook on a4 after, let's say, a4 takes and rook to a1, something like this, but it's just that my b2 pawn would also be weak and all the queenside pawns might get traded. Can I play h4?
Yeah. I think white can kind of do whatever you want. So,
Anything I want.
You tell me the direction you want to go. I think we can go in that direction because black cannot move the knight, as you said. Rook c2 is one thing we might have to look out for just to be extra safe, but we can also just bring our rook back to d2. I don't think a rook trade really hurts too much, but black has no real plans.
Yeah, maybe rook d2 here would be a very solid move.
Just
preventing all kinds of counterplay. But maybe the eval bar went down. Maybe knight h5 is what the computer doesn't like.
Just going for this bishop looks
I don't
perfect.
know.
But even if you take the bishop, right? Like, let's say I make some move. King g2, you take, I take. You still can't move your knight.
Yeah, what next? The knight unfortunately has no future, even though it does exist. It does have a life.
Yeah, but it has no past either because it stayed there the whole time. It just exists, as you said. Yeah. Oh
my god. we are curious whether it will ever see the light of the day or not. We will find out. Savitha did find rook d7, Robert.
Oh wow! So that could be
massive.
Yeah, that's really big news for her and for fans of this young star. I mean, Harika, if she loses this game, she's going to be very disappointed in her first day. Of course, with 2 days remaining, 6 games, there's enough time to catch up. But you don't want to start half at a 3. That's really as bad as it gets.
Yeah, and we must not forget that Harika actually is the bronze medalist of last year's Blitz event, not the Rapid one. But she must be wanting to, prove her ground in Rapid as well. Of course, she's great at it. She's won so many tie-break matches as well in the World Championships. So yeah, but this looks so tough for black.
There is one bit of good news in the sense that the rapid and blitz events are separate here, right? So you can win the rapid event and the blitz is completely new. Because in some of these formats, it's a combination. And so if you have a bad rapid event, you're already out of the running. So I do like that it's counted separately for the standings.
Yeah, and yeah, absolutely. And also they have 18 rounds in the blitz. That's a lot of fun. I mean, so knight h3 has been played and we can expect king to g2 and knight f4. The line we saw, I think this was what we saw. Or maybe we saw king h2.
Yeah, this actually was an inaccuracy that was probably not easy for many people in the audience to recognize. The point is that after king to h2 instead, you can't take on f2, your knight is trapped. So the white king slides over, the knight has nowhere to go, all the squares are covered by white's pieces, you win the knight. That's going to be a winning advantage. And after king to g2 in the game, the issue is that now knight 4 is with check, so you have to act. She takes on it, but this gives black some counterplay. White is clearly better. You can take on f7. g6 will be under attack as well. c7 is still loose. But now opposite colored bishops, even if it's one pawn or two pawns extra, still drawing chances.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't want to give up both c3 and b4, you know. So can I save my c3 pawn with rook c1, or does that give away the d file and or maybe bishop e5? And what do you think?
I like what you're saying. I think that black suddenly gets some counterplay. I do think that king g2 is one of those mistakes that turns what should be like nearly a winning push into something that looks more drawish than anything. So I think that white's good chances, but Harika will breathe a huge sigh of relief.
Yeah, absolutely. King g2 is a move you would like to see your opponent make on the board. Can we go to Humpy's game against Vantika? She's played her knight to e5 and Vantika's pushed the pawn to a5. So she is not going to play long castle. She's going to play b5 maybe in the future. And she's basically preparing for white to long castle. Yeah,
it's a very, very smart, high-class kind of waiting move, they call it. a5 is useful in many different ways for different reasons. Black has an extra pawn. That's how I like to see chess. 7 on 7 pawns. Equal material. But black has an extra pawn if we look at this side of the board. 3 here, 2 for white. So we're pushing pawns on the side that we have an advantage. In this case, we being Vantika. And that, look at queen c2. Oh, that was not actually played, but I was going to say... Okay, it was played.
What's happening?
Queen c2 was played here, and queen c2 is another waiting move. Okay, so what's next? Are you going to castle kingside? Then I'm going to go checkmate you. No, we take on the center, and after the takes, knight d7, and there's
okay.
Queen d3 back. That seems
there's some error. Definitely.
Yeah, there must be an error.
Yeah,
we'll see what that was, because the queen yo-yoing back between the squares. I don't think queen d3 makes much sense here.
Yeah, and with Humpy playing white, no chance. She played queen c2 and queen d3 back to back. So we will come back to this one. Let's have a look at Anna's game against Shuvalova, which was heating up.
It's not just heating up. I think it's hotter than the weather outside here in Calcutta. Look at this position.
It's massive. You know, black's pieces are all looking at white's king side, and white's bishop unfortunately has come back to her starting square. What do we do as white? We don't have too many moves. We just wait.
Have you looked at the clock, by the way?
And
down to 2 minutes.
That's very bad.
We see, and everyone sees, the evaluation bar better for white. But I think if you're playing this game and you only have 2 minutes remaining, you're like, am I worried here? Should I be scared about maybe a pawn push to g4? Maybe some kind of pawn on g3 loose. But g4 also potentially aims at the d4 pawn. There's a lot to calculate here and not very much time for white. And I think for Polina, it's important not to rush. I do think g4 is a mistake. I think after g4, this knight can just slide into h4. And opening up the position, I think, will really backfire. You can win a pawn with check. Have fun with that. I think that I just bring my knight back to f2. Your queen is under attack. Your knight's under attack here. You're just opening the position up against your exposed king.
Oh, that's very nicely pointed out. But you need a lot of patience and courage in this position as white, I would say, because you're simply allowing black to attack you, and you're just sitting there waiting for black to push her pawns and hope that it's a mistake.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, you can calculate till some point, but at the end of the day, you only have 2 minutes.
Right. And that's why I think for Polina, instead of making the choices easy, like if you play g4, I know I need to move my knight. Let's go knight here. And if you take on g3, I know I'm going to take back. Play a waiting move. Let's say
Queen G7.
Queen G7, Queen G6, some kind of queen move. Yeah. And then you say to your opponent, okay, what's your move going to be? So let's say Queen G7. I'm not even sure what the best move is. The evaluation bar went up, but I don't think it's a...
What is the computer seeing here? I'm just trying to understand. Okay, the computer doesn't have emotions.
Yeah.
That's the problem. It's not afraid of the attack on the king, but the king does feel lonely. I mean, on G1, queen on C2. I mean, the problem is, okay, for example, what do we do on the queen side? The pawn on A5 blocks our counterplay with B4, right?
Yeah. Look at this move, rook F7, another useful waiting move. And
it's actually more useful than Queen G7 because we can bring the rook to the G or H file as we want.
Yeah. And if you ever play G takes F4, G takes F4, the rook can slide into G7. But maybe that's what white should think about, is this King H1, Rook G1. That's difficult to play with under a minute and a half on your clock.
But it's probably the only way to create any kinds of threat against black, because what else? I mean, we really don't have a plan here. If we take on D5, black takes back with the with the E pawn, and the bishop is open on C8 now, ready to jump into the king side whenever she wants. So King H1, Rook G1 looks like a great plan, Robert. But it's just that pawn comes to H4, and then what do you do?
She went B3. She's on the other side of the board. It makes sense. Maybe bishop B2 and knight to E5 at some point, or just knight E5, right away, giving up a pawn in the center to open up this bishop. I think that Anna's playing a very nice game. She's handled the complications well, but will she be able to continue that path? She's down to 1 minute 7 seconds, and her opponent's 12 and a half minutes.
Yeah, I just hope for Anna that she plays faster. I mean, because it's very, very less time, and you're giving your opponent a lot of confidence as well when you go low on time, and in the critical position she will really need that time.
Yeah, and I think for Paulina, it's one of these games where normally I say slow down, find the best moves. I actually think speeding up, if you can find adequate moves, speeding up can put that pressure on Anna and maybe help Paulina win another game.
Mm-hmm. Wow, so this is a game we will come back to again and again. Let's go to Irina's game against Wenjun. They exchanged a pair of rooks, and that's it.
Yeah, it looks very equal now. Because you need more piece on the board, typically, to help you poke at the weaknesses.
And I remember what you said in Savitha's game, if the pawns could go back to B6 and A7, and that's exactly where they are. B7 and A6. Actually a much better pawn structure than having the pawn on B5.
100%.
So yeah, I think quite equal, and Irina is safe here. Let's have a look at Nino's game against Divya.
Okay.
Which was oh wow, the knight has seen life. It's on C6.
And I think that's good news for Divya. She's down a pawn, but what happened was when we left, knight G4 was the move that was played, trading pieces and fixing white's pawn structure, also unleashing this diagonal. So rook takes E6 or rook B6 is a pretty big threat. And so Divya said, all right, let's get out of here. Rook B6 hitting the knight, and the knight moves out, giving up a pawn. But I think that the counterplay, the activity is good for black. You can take on B2, but you do have to watch out for rook C1. It's getting kind of tricky at this point.
Yeah, but rook C1, knight E7, no? I mean...
Oh, you just get away with it. I was thinking that I take and pin you back here, but you have this move rook to C2. And I guess I can play rook B8 and take this pawn over here.
Easy. Yes.
Not easy at all. Easy.
But it's better than what she had. Yeah. I mean, I just feel like if Nino had not played knight G4, black would have suffered for much longer. While here she can breathe a sign of relief and, you know, feel that sense of achievement that, okay, at least I developed my knight, and she's feeling more confident now.
Chess is so funny that way. She played great moves. The engine still likes her position. But what we're saying is the path towards a draw seems easier than in the other variations. But I don't like Divya's time.
No.
Right, she is down under 3 minutes. Nino has played a great day of chess. If she can win this game to go 2.5 out of 3, she's putting herself in pole position. But I think that Divya, I mean, the way she's played and handled this thus far, maybe she'll make a move like B4, just trying to trade off pawns, keep the activity, keep the rooks in the same line. Something like that could make white's life a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. And if in case the pawns get traded on the queen side, then it will be black who might have an advantage because the knight is better against the bishop in pawns of this on the same side. So Yeah, I think. She goes for rook b2. So we can expect that line that we saw on the board.
I think it's forced, like completely forced
Yeah.
here. So we'll see there. We see Nino play it. Divya quickly takes back. She's gaining 10 seconds per move. And here, the only idea is rook a8, pinning the knight, and then rook to b8, overloading black's rook, winning b5. So it's going to be a long game, at least from a chess perspective. From the clock, Divya needs to keep the speed up.
Can we play rook c5, bishop d6, and then go rook c1 check and go king h7? Because now you cannot take on b5 because the bishop is hanging, or bishop e5 anyway, yeah?
Yeah, bishop e5. Also, this knight's like almost trapped. I'm thinking I could even go bishop to b4. So I'm going to get your b5 pawn at some point. You can't really stop that. But you are coming up with good ideas. Like maybe there's some little moves to throw in here. Like this rook c5 idea. I don't think it's out of the question at all.
Okay, so it's still not out of Nino's hands yet, the advantage. She still has it in her control. Can we look at Humpy's game against Vantika? But I don't see many moves, to be honest. I mean, rook d1 was played.
Yeah, so we left over on here.
Yeah.
The bishop went back to g3, so no queen c2 stuff. We see the capture. Now the queen went to c2, anticipating knight c5. Knight c5 happened anyway, and then rook to d1. And it says that black is slightly better. Black does have more time. If Vantika can win with black against Humpy, we haven't forgotten about her, but she would go to 2.5 out of 3.
Wow, that would be a big upset. I mean, oh my god. And actually, it's not. Do you think it's a very bad idea now to short castle? I would be okay with it.
Yeah, because the attack needed this knight on f6, play g5, but the queen and the bishop cover all the squares. And if white goes all in, like castle h4, g5, that's what you're going for, I do think that I can always ignore it. You play g5, I play h5. I'm going to keep this side closed. And if my queen gets into g4 and I get active, maybe it's black who can be on the attack.
Yeah, and white's king is not exactly safe either, no? We wanted to keep the king on b1 or a1, and now it's stuck on e1. I wonder why didn't she go for long castle? I mean, I understand it, like black wants to play b5, b4, but still I feel the king would have been safer on the queen side. What do you think?
I agree. Yeah, like right at this moment here, instead of after knight c5, castling queen side, that looks very appealing because you can just hide the king over.
The engine hates it.
I wonder why though, because we're gonna look. It says a4, but what's the actual threat of a4? Like king b1, and then this is castling king side, and black is better. But this is one of those positions where maybe with a little bit more time, the engine is going to go a little bit more towards the center. And I think from a human perspective, I don't see the attack for black. So I think that white can just reroute this knight to e2 to d4, and the king doesn't feel like it's in danger.
Also, e4 is in the air sometimes. I mean, not right now, maybe because of d4, but we always have this idea as white when the king is safe on the queen side.
Right.
When it's in the center, so what? Play e4, play open the position. Black is also happy about it.
Yep. So rook d1 played. Let's go to another game and come back
Right.
here, just because the players are in for a bit of a think.
Yeah, I think we can have a look at Divya's game because, okay, she's down to 1 minute. Let's just have a look at what's happening there and then we move to another game. A4. So we almost reached this position and now the knight is on. But the bishop is stuck on g3, no?
Yeah, how did Divya get this? Because after rook b8, she gave the pawn this way. She went f6, rook takes b5. And this is very smart play. I mean, this is clever chess. Her point is, I know I'm probably going to lose that pawn anyway. Let me shut your bishop out of the game. And some endgames, right, you can put your rook here and even take the bishop. Some of these positions will still be a draw despite the outside pass pawn for white.
Yeah, I think white would be concerned about her bishop being completely blocked out. No, white is not completely happy with what she got out of the position that she had.
Yeah.
Very cool play by Divya.
I actually think that objectively this should be a draw. So the one thing you can't afford is get your king cut off. Like let's say, just to force some moves here, if this rook came here and then you take and this happens, this looks very bad for black because I'll put my rook here, push my pawn up and then try to get my king. And even if I give up this f2 pawn, it's probably still winning. So that's, I think, the one thing that you really need to avoid. And just to show you quickly how this ends is that, let's say you get a position like this, eventually you just have to wait and the white king will just give up the pawn, run this way, and help the pawn push to the other side.
Wow. Yeah, that is something we don't want to do. Maybe we anyway keep the knight alive because we can take on g3 anytime we want.
Exactly.
And it is an asset as opposed to the g3 bishop, which is stuck. And we can use it to capture the a6 pawn if possible.
100%. Like rook here,
Yeah.
a6. I can't play knight c5 yet because f6 is hanging, but this looks like a forced draw. I just move my king. But then you have rook b7 and ace. I have to be very careful about this, but the point was that if f3, then knight c5, you keep the knight alive. That way a6 falls. Great point by you.
Right, but it's not easy, and Divya has 1 minute on the clock. We will come back to this game. Let's quickly have a look at Savitha's game against Harika. It seems like Savitha has a huge advantage.
Wow.
Look at that b passer. Look at the black king on h8, which is sort of lonely. Rook h1 coming in. Maybe bishop g7 is still possible. Oh, no. She has played the rook to a2. I was thinking the rook is on a1.
No, I mean, I also would have wanted to go here, but this position with this passed pawn protected is white also up? White's up a pawn.
Yeah.
So this is just really bad for Harika.
Yeah, this looks very, very miserable. Actually, opposite color bishops is usually towards a draw if there are no major pieces on the board. No other pieces on the board, basically. But here the rooks are alive. The black's pawn structure is not so great. She has no counter chances. She has no targets to attack except for the pawn on f2, which is well defended with the rook on a2. So she'll never get rook c2 and bishop d4. This is very tough for Harika.
Yeah.
A very tough day for Harika in general, right?
Very bad day for her. And for Savitha, this would be a huge win if she can convert this. And she's trying to trade rooks. Harika, you could probably trade rooks, but rook a7 going after this pawn looks very promising. I don't like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very difficult. Also, rook a7, maybe bishop c7. This is... and bishop c6, yes?
Yeah, you have to play like this, and then my rook can slide this way, and I'm just about to do a checkmating attack for white.
Yeah, this is very, very difficult for Harika. Let's have a look at Anna's game, because Ushenina has a huge advantage against Polina. What happened there?
Whoa!
What is this position?
Doesn't it feel like white's up like 3 pawns somehow?
So, black was not patient enough, I guess. She pushed f4 after rook g7.
Queen, so she tried to be patient, but f3, nice move by Anna. She
Anna in time pressure.
Kicked the knight back and then scooped up the pawn f4. So just winning material right there on the f4 square. This threat didn't scare her one bit.
Yeah, that's very brave, I would say, because here I would be worried with queen h3, but first of all e3 and secondly bishop g3. I mean, everything is fine. Everything works out well for white. Very, very courageous play by Anna, I would say, because her king was feeling so much under attack, under pressure. But she just waited patiently, and e4, another good move here.
Yeah, just taking back, opening the board up against the black king, and that, I think, just wins the game. Because if you take back with a piece, well, if you take with the knight, I win a bishop directly. If you take back with a rook, there's going to be e5 winning a piece. This is game over.
Or bishop d6 and rook f6. There are many ways to convert this, so... Wow, huge comeback win by Anna, even though she was always better according to the engine, but we were evaluating the position in favor of Polina because of the attack, but she was super patient and she saw it through.
Yeah, I didn't like that f4 move from Polina. We said she needed to kind of withhold her attack. She needed to play at the right time. It did give Anna a target, and great play from Anna, and her time management has been shaky. She's getting down to 2 minutes to her opponent's 15 minutes at times, but she won herself a very nice game, a great way to end the day for her. And for Polina, it's been a rocky day. Loss, win, now another loss. She's going to have to get a little more steady.
Yeah, absolutely. The game is not over yet, but white will be a piece up, and we can expect the current Tata Steel India champion to convert it.
Yes.
Let's have a look at, do you want to stick here and wait for the game to end, or do we go to maybe Vantika's game? Oh my god, Humpy and Vantika down to 1 minute, both of them with a very normal looking position. I think there is something wrong with the relay.
It got stuck? Yeah.
There is no way that they are still on the same position. So Can we go to Nino's game against Divya? Because they did exchange the knight and the bishop, but it looks like a draw. Or maybe black can win.
I had the same thought. I was like, wait a second, this could be dangerous for white because the black rook covers the pawn, and with e4.
Yes, this is dangerous.
If the clocks were reversed, black might win this game. But I see how much time that Nino has. I think she should be very smart here and just start taking all the pawns. Just trade everything off.
But I see like rook a1, king e2, king c2 and king e2, and I'm scared because, yeah, I mean, I understand if she takes the f pawn, then there is no way that black will be able to queen.
But it's a good point that you're checking the king away, has to go see the king e2, e3. It feels very close, but that black king's in front of the pawn, so it blocks its own progress.
Okay, fantastic. So let's go to Harika's game against Savitha. Savitha also, okay, not much of a time difference there, but it seems like Harika stabilized with the bishop on b6. What could be white's plan to convert the advantage here?
Yeah, that's the hard part about positions like this. Like, it should be winning, it should be easy, and then you make one wrong move and the advantage goes away.
Maybe e5 and bishop e4. Now that I see it, I understand it. Otherwise, I was thinking, how do I make progress? She doesn't go for that.
Yeah, I actually wasn't even looking in that direction. The evaluation bar, not so thrilled, and I'm starting to wonder if we get a rook trade, is that just immediately a draw, or does that still give white chances? I think that Savitha needs to keep the rooks on the board. That's an absolute necessity.
Yeah, definitely. So rook b6 might also, I think white can basically take her own sweet time here. She can also bring the king to g4, but then you lose the f2 pawn. So you have to be careful, yes.
Yeah, it's like every move. I mean, you can play rook c4, for example, kick the bishop out of there, then bring the king up. And I like this move h5, just in the sense that you keep the white king at bay. This king may want to go this way, but as you mentioned, the f2 pawn would be loose, and the h pawn would start running up the board. So your e5 move, I think, still is good. You need,
even now.
Yeah, you need to have control for whites. You give up a pawn to go after this g6 pawn.
But bishop f6 I thought was the problem, but then you play b6.
b6. I'm playing on both sides. Okay, the engine hates what I'm saying here, but yeah, I was like, let me get that pawn rolling.
Oh, bishop d8 is the move.
Oh, the only move.
Yes.
Okay, and that's so easy to miss.
Yes.
Like bishop d8, no rook c7 check for you. You just drop this pawn here, and after b7, rook takes g6 is check. But the king attaches itself to this rook, so you take my rook, I take yours. It's a draw. Oh, gosh.
So it's not easy, even though the engine gives it as a +6, but now it's +5 only. Rook b6 on the board. Can we play rook c7 anyway?
You have to. If you're going to win this game, you have to. Or rook c4, one of these types of moves. But you give the check, you move your bishop back, and you try to play this forever. But black's drawing chances have really, really gotten better.
Yes, absolutely. So Harika using all her experience there, I would say. I mean, she's just managed to defend a very, very difficult position. No, Wenjun having a very strong advantage against Irina, and Humpy actually lost her game.
There's no moves that have been played on that board, right? So we're going to get an update on the Humpy game against Vantika if we can, but that seems like that board was stuck. This board is not stuck at all, and it looks like Wenjun, you said, she's an endgame maestro.
Yeah.
And this is a masterclass. She's just going to play e5 next, and isn't that just a free piece?
Oh, wow.
How did this happen?
Can we go back a couple of moves, maybe?
Oh, I think it might be.
We don't have time.
Wenjun against Irina Krush. It looks like there might just be a resignation now.
Right. Wow. Wow, yep, yes, that's it. She picks up her first win of the tournament.
Her first win in India.
Yes.
Because it's her first tournament ever in India. That is Wenjun, the women's world champion. That's a nice way to end the day for her and not for Irina Krush.
Yeah, absolutely. What a classy game by the current world's women champion. Irina also had a pretty decent day herself. She won a game against Humpy, who's the second seed of the event. We will get Humpy's game when it's live again. We can go to maybe Savitha's board. Oh no, we just covered that. So let's have a look at Nino's board and Divya, because...
Oh, you called it. You said it, that black could even win this game. And suddenly the black pawn... This is what happens when you play for results. Nino, for the whole game was better. She kept thinking, I'm going to try to win, I'm going to try to win, but that wasn't objective anymore. And exactly what you said happened. You called it, Soumya.
But Robert, I'm just wondering, even the last position, can we not pick up the f6 pawn?
Like right now?
Yeah, right now. Is it too late?
I think I just moved my king over, and I'm just trying to push my pawn.
And then I give you a check and...
But
I see what she's trying to do, but it's not enough. I mean, king is so much closer to the king side pawns.
Yeah.
I understand that Nino wants to give up the rook for the pawn and queen her pawn with the help of her king, but black will also give up the rook and...
Yeah, I think what you're saying is this. Like, let's say here, king b6, e2, rook e7. You can't get a queen because this rook needs to stay in touch with the pawn. And just to quickly finish this line off, we get something like this where black's... one square short. Black's king is too close to the pawn. So we get a queen and then takes, king here, and black wins as his first. But is this happening?
Oh, yeah, it could happen.
It's all happening.
What? Yes, this is the position on the board.
Oh my goodness, Divya. I mean, she played amazing defense. We have to give her credit,
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Most players would have lost that position quite quickly.
Yeah.
She held on, and now she's winning this game. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, and Divya is a master class in swindling the game. I have seen so much of her, and I can vouch for that. And she has demonstrated it in the biggest tournament of India today.
Yeah,
Yes.
and look at this move, g5, hoping that Divya makes a mistake, takes the h pawn, and then the white pawn goes and tries to become a queen. That would be a game-losing blunder. She takes the correct way.
But now the G pawn is another passer to worry about.
Yes.
I mean, White's problems don't end.
No, they don't. But I get what she did. She wants to keep checking the black king to go this way somewhere here and then go after the pawn. So how will Divya be able to win this game?
Yeah, I'm also wondering, like, how do we keep the pawn? Like king e1 maybe? Or king f3?
Oh, maybe she's going to go for this pawn?
Oh, that's also... Yes. But then... king b7...
No, here for sure g4,
G4.
right? You just push both of them and the rook is helpless.
Yeah, that's true. But now, what if we keep attacking the e2 pawn? Like, let's say rook f7 and we go to e1, right? With our king.
So check, here, rook here.
Maybe we can stick to the live board anyway because they will...
show us exactly
show
what
us.
is going to happen. So we'll see. But this should be... Oh, by the way, Divya down under 10 seconds. So she needs to move. She could make...
She played rook f7. So we can... Oh, they're playing so fast. King g2, rook e7, king f2, defending the pawn. Now maybe king to e1. Yes, I see her king... No, it's not on e1 yet.
She hasn't moved yet. She can repeat once again a couple, 20 seconds.
There's
or so.
always a danger of
repeat.
forgetting like how many times you repeated. In time pressure, I don't think it's... I have made that mistake a few times.
Oh, you know how this is winning? So I'll just draw arrows.
Yeah.
So the king goes here. Okay, she'll eventually bring her king to e1, I think.
Yeah.
She went the long way. But
to gain time. Yeah?
Yep, she'll go king d1, king e1. And then when the rook comes to g7 to stop the pawn, you play g3. Because when the rook takes your king f2, and you're able to get that queen. This is really difficult stuff to see from a distance, like from far away. But if she eventually brings her king, it's going everywhere. But if it goes to e1, she will win this game.
But she needs to find that. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's not easy.
Such less time with only 10 seconds increment. I think she might even go for the h5 pawn, but then that's again not easy to...
Yeah.
Oh, no. If you go king g5, rook... Oh, the king is already on b7.
I know what you wanted. You
Yes.
wanted to get your rook
Yes.
to block the black rook from Steinman. So I think...
What is she doing? She has repeated the position a few times.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track. And there's no notation from the players, so they won't be...
But there's a live transmission, so can the arbiter...
No, the arbiter doesn't step
Cannot
in. I don't think it's like the 5th time repetition. But she got king f1. So if she plays king e1 now, she wins the game. Because the next move is g3, and the only thing white can do is take this pawn, and the black king escapes right out. So this is a win for Divya if she is able to keep her nerves.
Yeah, she has to find it. She has gained a lot of time, 25 seconds. And now maybe king e1. Yes, she
played
goes
it.
for it.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the way she's played this game just has been very, very strong.
Beast mode on. Yes, absolutely. And Divya is so good with spotting tactics in minimal time. As I mentioned, she plays these 10-second games online. I mean, that's tough. So I think that she might have found it. Let's see.
And the good news is she knows she can never lose this position, right? That even if white gets a queen and she takes, the worst that happens is she makes a draw. But she actually wins the game because of this G pawn. The rook is so bad at stopping two separate pawns.
I have a feeling that probably Nino also found it because she's hesitating to play rook g7. She brought her hand to the rook but stopped short.
She did grab a queen, did Nino, so she might even promote. But that's losing as well. Like the reason why it's losing, as we keep saying, is the pawns are separate and the rook is not able to go behind both of them.
But what do we do now? A8, rook takes, king takes, and g3, and then rook g7?
Yeah, so g3, rook g7, king d1.
Yeah. No, g2 maybe.
Either way, because king d1, I'm going to queen,
yes,
yeah? So you check, and I go king c1.
Yeah.
I just run away, and you can't stop both of my pawns.
Yeah.
Actually, the king will run to a1.
Wow, that would be beautiful.
Yeah, that's how they win.
Yeah.
The king just runs away from the checks.
Wow.
This is a big moment for Divya, and we'll just quickly we won't go to another game, but I just want to see the results.
Yeah, I think Savitha's game might be over. I'll just have a look.
Wait, Shuvalova drew?
What? I'm sorry?
We'll look after this game concludes, just because it's such a big moment, but somehow Shuvalova, she swindled the draw, and then
brilliant.
Harika is still playing, trying to make a draw of her own against Savitha, but that game should go on for a while.
Yeah, and Wenjun, as we mentioned, won after Irina resigned after e5, so 2 results already. Vantika's game, we are not sure because the game stopped the live transmission, yes? But there is a result.
It says Vantika won, so
yes.
I mean, that hasn't changed. So maybe the position isn't up to speed, but if she won, that would be a tremendous result for her. We should, of course, celebrate her successes, but we will verify that and get back to you. But what's not up for debate is that Divya Deshmukh is winning this game.
Yeah.
She has found all the right way, and I think sometimes there's a swindle, and other times there's resilient defense, and you need to flip that switch. And Nino was not able to do that. Of I'm better, but she was not winning, first of all. And sometimes you just stop thinking about winning the game and just think about the objective evaluation. She didn't do that in this game.
Yeah, let's also I just want to point out that Savitha has made a draw against Harika, so all the games are over.
Okay.
And this is the only game that's going on. I hope we have the transmission right.
It does seem like that based on the board. But for Savitha, that's a good result on paper, but she'll probably be a bit disappointed she couldn't convert.
Harika will be very happy with the draw. Nino taking her time, and this idea is so beautiful, and once you spot it, of course, you're going to go for it.
And here it looks like she brought her rook to
f6.
What a confusing move.
a6 is her idea.
Aha, but g3, rook a6, you take, and then you play g2, g1, you get a queen time.
But then you have chances.
Yeah, that's a good try. Other variations were definitely losing, so this is the best try possible.
How is rook a7?
Rook a7 was winning. Rook a7 was winning.
Yeah, now it's complicated. Okay, then.
Should definitely be a win for black. There's not even a single check for white right now. And this king is actually, it's sort of in the right direction. It wants to hide, but maybe it wants to hide over here, away from all the checks. But this king, I think, is going to find itself in some trouble. Yeah,
this is very difficult. But now maybe queen e4. I'm just wondering, where do we bring our queen so that we have some chance of a perpetual?
Yeah, that's probably a good square. And where do I bring my pieces? Like queen g3 comes to mind, just to get that king out of there.
Yeah.
It's not easy to pick a square for any of the pieces.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, maybe the king hides on g1, yes. Queen g3, queen d5 was played. So there is a check on a5 now. Maybe queen g3, queen a5, king f1, and queen b5.
Yeah, you're barely pinning and trying to save the...
but it's losing for white, that's for sure. We need to see.
Nice move.
Yeah.
You can also block a check on a5 with the queen if you want. But I think the king can also go to f2, so that's even stronger. Just hide on f2 and bring the queen to f3. Nicely done.
Yeah, she's played very well, Divya.
What a day of chess she's had.
Yeah.
I think sometimes for younger players, of course they are celebrated, but they they haven't been able to necessarily get those big upsets.
Yeah.
But so far today, just incredible chess from her.
For the youngsters especially, even if Vantika's result is right, then Vantika has beaten Humpy. I mean, oh my god. That's a huge result for her, and for Divya to win this game. She'll be in the lead.
And Humpy and Harika would be at the bottom of the standings. That's unexpected, but we ask this question often in any game or sport. Is there a changing of the guard? Right? Like, it's too early. It's just the first day, but we are seeing the youngsters shine on the first day here.
Yeah. Do you think that makes the experienced players want to fight even more, or it puts more pressure on them? What do you?
It's pressure.
It's debatable.
I think it's pressure. Yeah. Of course, everyone wants to win, but I think when you ask people, you did a poll. Who do you expect to win this tournament? A lot of people would say, of course, Wenjun is the Women's World Champion, but Humpy and Harika would be right after. So I think there is a lot of pressure on the hometown heroes, the Indian players who are so experienced, who have the GM titles. But Divya just joined the party, and she said, I'm going to celebrate. I'm going to enjoy myself here. So King F1.
Yeah, King F1, King F2. King F2, maybe Queen H2 is the problem.
Yeah, that's a little bit tricky.
Yes, so King F1 looks nice. Queen G5, she wants to pick up the H5 pawn, and she'll make another queen.
Wow.
And keep the king on E1.
Also, if she gets a free move, King F1 is very annoying because you can only play Queen D3 to stop it, but I like the greedy way. Just take this pawn.
Yeah, it's the simpler way, and yeah, it's very unfortunate. White's king is very unfortunately placed on A6. I mean, it's not even around the pawn that you can somehow pick it up. It's just on A6. I mean...
Yeah, I think what's an interesting question is, without both of these pawns, would this be still winning? And I think it would be.
Yeah.
But that's much more difficult. With the pawns, if you can just take and then use the H pawn, that should be the simplest path forward.
Yeah. There are not many blunders that Black can make in this position.
Nah.
So, yeah, definitely. We will try to get Divya on the broadcast if we can.
Yeah, that would be excellent.
Yeah.
Of course, it's raining a lot and the players need to get back to the hotel and get rest and dinner, but it would be amazing to hear her thoughts because 2.5 out of 3, you can't script that any better, especially she won with Black. She drew Wenjun, just out of the opening. I mean, a forced variation, and then beating Nino would be amazing.
Yeah, beating Harika and Nino on the same day. Great
with
result.
Black.
Yes. Black.
Yeah, that's...
It matters.
It's what you said. You said this to me yesterday. You really felt that Divya... sometimes players with the white pieces, they feel the pressure that they have to win. That's the slogan. Win with white, draw with black. But maybe without that pressure, she's able to shine more.
Yeah, probably. I think... I also know that Divya likes to be the underdog, and that really works in her favor in this tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, she is the... she and Savitha are equally rated. So for her... Queen G5, okay,
Queen
then.
G6, yeah. She was trying to...
Queen G6, yeah.
trying to trade this way.
Yeah.
King
F1, yes. And Queen D3 mostly will be met with Queen into H5. Queen F7 check, okay. Queen G2 and Queen A2 she wants to play. But what about King G1?
King G1, Queen E6. 6.
And Queen H5, we support the pawn.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for something else. And just wait.
She played King E1. Wow. Okay.
Why?
Okay, maybe she just wants to gain time. Okay, Queen E3.
Yeah, they are both down under 30 seconds. And with 10 seconds added per move, that should be good. But I'm starting to get the feeling she's not so confident about the winning plan.
I mean, I don't like the fact that she's repeating the position, because what if, she claims a draw or something, like, it's just dangerous to do that. Why do that? But okay, I get it. Queen E3, and maybe next move will be a king move.
Yeah, it seems to be that way. What's White's move? Is she going to move her king just to do something? No, Queen D6. She wants to keep the king off the D file.
So
have we
F1?
Have we seen this position before? It looks familiar.
Yeah, yes. It's the second time we are seeing it. So Queen F6 will be played.
But then Queen F2.
Yeah.
And actually, that's game over.
That's it.
Yeah, that is it.
Okay.
So Queen F2.
So Queen F2 and game over.
promote the pawn, and that's definitely game. And okay, queen takes h6 is a desperate attempt, but once you promote the second queen, there are no checks, and that is very clean win for Divya Deshmukh in the end. But Nino is going to be very disappointed.
Definitely. Do you think I should go now and maybe?
Maybe we can see if we can.
Oh no, they're still playing. Okay, so queen f3 on the board. It's mate in 1, no? Mate in 2.
Mate's coming.
Mate's coming.
I don't know exactly how many moves, but okay. Usually, if the queens come off the board, of course, it's just a simple win. Right. And I think that's all that Divya is focused on. She doesn't need to deliver checkmate.
I think Nino is just playing out of inertia. You want to sort of accept what has happened. Give yourself time to accept what has happened. And
it's really unfortunate for Nino because the first two...
Queen f8.
Yeah, queen f8. That's mate.
I will definitely try and get her.
Okay, and Divya does officially win, and we're going to try to get her for an interview. But, all of India must be thrilled for Divya Deshmukh, who just won another game with the black pieces. It was really great stuff, and as we hopefully get her in for an interview, I just want to recap one moment of this game with this pawn on g4. The way this all happened was stellar, and the pawn couldn't be stopped by the white rook. So the king went around a bunch, and hopefully we will get her in soon. But this moment here, it was just so nice that if instead of rook f6, this is what Nino realized, that rook g7, g3 takes, and king f2, you can't stop the pawn. I mean, just these endgames were beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely stunning and instructive. Can we quickly look at Anna's game, how it ended against Polina before Divya joins us?
Oops, sorry, I clicked a new tab by accident. Let me just go in here.
Yeah, Divya is likely to join us, so just for the viewers, so maybe in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, of course, let her gather herself after what was a very big win and a very consuming win. But so we left around here.
We
H3 was
had one up. No, sorry, we picked up we picked up the knight, then we played bishop d6, we missed h3.
Mm-hmm.
But the knight was still hanging, that's why we thought this is okay.
Yeah, so then the knight came into e3, and it looks like...
we have a special guest.
Oh, so we will go to our special guest here. We have Divya with us. And as you can see, Divya won her game with the black pieces in the third round. Excellent defensive game by her. And as we set things up, we will bring her on for an interview. So we'll get the thumbs up. And okay, here we are. So Divya, first of all, congratulations. How are you feeling after the first day?
This is not what I expected, to be very honest. I was just hoping to give my best, and I think I did pretty okay. I was very disappointed with the second round.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, because I would... it's not my style to just go for a quick draw against somebody higher, and I was very disappointed after the game. I was regretting it so much. I made an extremely wrong opening choice. And I would much rather lose than draw like this.
Wow.
Okay, then that's great fighting spirit, though. To want to play all the games as long as you can and try to win everything. But you didn't expect Wenjun to play this particular line.
I actually did not have time to prepare.
Right.
So I did not know what you would go for.
So now after the day is finished, you feel a little better about your choice. It saved you energy, and you needed all that energy in that last rook end game.
Yeah, I don't know what that was because I was completely lost. I was so disappointed after the opening. I had misplayed it so horribly, but somehow she blundered and gave me chances. So I got very lucky.
Can we get the board on the screen so that we can go through the
that would be
key positions?
Yeah, that was a really crazy game, and while we try to do that, I guess you said you're disappointed about that second game, but let's say the results have been good for you. You couldn't have expected 2 after 3 of the black pieces, but how does it feel? Do you even feel it yet? Is it still so fresh?
No, it's fresh. I'm not feeling it yet. I think it would take about 15 minutes to sink in.
It's also your first, is it your first round robin event at this level, Divya?
First rapid and blitz, yes.
First rapid and blitz.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. And that's a great way to start it. And you've been in great form as well, right? You almost made a Grandmaster norm in Abu Dhabi. You played really well in the World Cup as well, qualified to round 3. And you're the current Asian champion. So what do you expect going into, what were your thoughts coming to this event?
Actually, I did not even expect to play. I got the invite around 2 days ago, so I was mostly just glad. And I was already in Kolkata, so I thought, okay, why not?
Oh, that's perfect. That's very convenient.
Yes, exactly. It was very convenient.
Oh, we have the board on the screen. So we have a press conference happening with Divya.
Oh.
So we would like her to join it,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
maybe we can broadcast it.
Yeah,
if
for
we
sure.
Can.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Thank you so
Sorry.
much.
No
Thank you so
problem.
much. Great job today,
Thank
and
you.
we'll see you back tomorrow.
Yes, see you.
But such a great result for her as well.
Yeah, no, an amazing result, and to be 2.5 out of 3 against this field ahead of Wenjun, that's unbelievable. And I think Divya, she said to us, is very sweet. I didn't expect to be here. I was already in Calcutta. I just wanted to play. But you look at the standings; she's in first, and we know how popular chess is in India. There's a press conference going on that she's going to have a lot of questions to answer, but she'll probably be happy to answer them.
Yeah, absolutely. And these, as you mentioned in the break, Robert, that the Indian fans must have expected 2 Indians to be in the lead, but not these ones, probably.
Yeah.
So it's a surprise.
Yeah.
But it's also, they are also like the find of the tournament, and that's what these kind of events do, right? One player really stands out, and here there are 2 of them, maybe more in the coming rounds, and they get such a big platform, and also more opportunities thanks to their performance here, because everybody's watching.
And for Vantika, right, it was kind of under the radar. She flew under the radar, but at 2.5 out of 3 beat Humpy.
Yeah.
We would love to, we'll eventually get an update on how that game actually progressed. But I think just to have these kind of results at this young age for these players, and Vantika told us yesterday, told everybody in the press conference, I just want to do better than last year. She's already doing better than last year.
Absolutely, she must be so proud. And I think the game unfortunately is not updated, so maybe we will, if we get time tomorrow before the round begins, we can have a look at that. But for now, the standings is all we've got.
Yeah, well, the standings are, as we've seen them, 2 players in a tie for first place. Not the players that people would have expected, but Divya and Vantika in first with 2.5 out of 3. Wenjun alone in third place with 2 out of 3. And then we see Nino, Polina, and Irina. They all are 1.5. But the top of the field has 2 young Indian stars, Ushenina, 1 out of 3 with Savitha Sri, Harika Jonavali, and Humpy Koneru in last place with 1/2 out of 3. I don't think anybody would have expected that.
Yeah, not at all. In fact, I have a feeling that probably Humpy lost on time, because the position that we have, it's updated, but it still is not losing.
Yeah, so we'll find out more, of course, on that, and it will be in all the reports. But just even if, however it happened, Humpy in 10th place, just nobody would have expected that.
Yeah, definitely. So disappointing, but she is a fighter, and there are 6 more rounds. So 1 good day is all it takes to come back.
Yeah, and well, before we end the first day of action, do you have any sort of final thoughts about what we've seen in 3 rounds of Rapid?
Yeah, I'm actually very impressed, as we were discussing with Vantika and Divya's attitude. Even their games, but also the attitude, how fearless they have been. Like, not being intimidated is a big deal in these kind of tournaments. Otherwise you're just, half of the tournament is spent just getting acclimatized to the fact that you're playing such strong opponents. But they are showing that they are here to perform, not to just admire.
And they belong, and they really do. And we are getting confirmation that it was a win on time against Humpy, so it's unfortunate for her, but great for Vantika. And well, we'll see all these players back tomorrow, same time, same place, 3 p.m.
Yes.
In India, right?
In Kolkata.
Yeah.
And hopefully there won't be a big rain tomorrow as well, and we'll have a better weather and great games like today.
Fun day one. We'll see you back tomorrow, same time, same place, and have a good rest of your day and come back and see more chess.
Bye bye.